tops. They will be directing you where you'll be serving the tea. As soon as you leave us here, so that we can start our meeting. As you come back, I request to follow the seating arrangement as it's being directed by our white papers pinned up. They are well labeled. I will therefore request you to follow that seating arrangement. Now, for the awards, where we are showing the Platinum Award, the Gold Award, I'm going to read out these names so that you know where you will be sitting. Hopefully, ladies and gentlemen, you will be following as I read. So I'll start with the Platinum Award. We shall request the following local governments sit in the Platinum Award. That's Rengen from Karamoja, Kwania from Northern, Kimengo from Western, Kotido, excuse me, a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to give me some small time. Okay, I've been advised that we need to bless our tea. As I continue with reading the list, I will request anybody who is comfortable with praying, offer himself or herself to do it. Someone who thinks that is closer to God than me, kindly raise up your hand and you bless our tea. Oh, okay. Jovan is here. He can do it.
Good morning, team. My name is Jovan Mesigwa, and I serve with ULGA, and I'm the IT assistant. Let's humble ourselves for the prayer. Dear God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the weather. We thank you that you have enabled us to come here on in good health. God, as we come into your presence, we dedicate this day into your hands. God bless it. Let us all go back with a smile. Let us, God bless the things we've come to present. Bless each and every one who is here. In Jesus' name I have prayed. Amen.
Good morning. Now that the tea has been blessed, I request we proceed to the dining hall for our tea. Then after tea, we shall come back and then take up our seats as per what Robert has guided. We shall have a better arrangement after our tea. So kindly proceed for a cup of tea in the dining hall. God bless you.
Chobalo, mwade mangano. Idonte, I've been searching for you. Otegon chobalo, asadimo yoko. Idonte, I've been searching for you. Fortunately, you, wefunu watadima. I want that baby na sweet papa. Baby, get it something, no nekene no mwatangwelu something, no hachalugo wani, mwabuge boibo. Wata makata malele. Ase wata makata malele. Golibe, your mama born you well. Golibe, yo. Mwata golibe, ogebwemo golibe, na mama yi musilike. Golibe, yo. Masinachi. Baby, get it something, no nekene no mwatangwelu something, no. I want that beya, baby na sweet papa. Baby, get it something, no nekene no mwatangwelu something, no. Hachalugo wani, mwabuge boibo. Wata makata malele. I say wata makata malele.
Done so much for me, I cannot tell it all. If I had 10,000 tongues, it still wouldn't be enough. Tuku na wama really. When you hear completely.
Lift your hands.
Nare, kill them all. done so very, for he has done so very much. He's done so much for you. What shall I render to Jehovah? Come on, everybody declare, for he has done so very much for me.
I dedicate this song to you. Wherever you day, my mama, I just want to say thank you. Our mama, I just sing this song for you. Wherever you day, my mama, I just want to say thank you. For the things you they do for me, for the blessings you rain on me. Sometimes I lose my way, but you still the prayer for me, the sacrifice for me. Oh yeah, yeah, mama, God bless you, oh mama. Yeah, me sure, oh mama, God bless you, oh mama, mama, hey mama. God bless you, oh mama. Yeah, me sure, oh mama. God bless you, oh mama. Mama, you the first one. See the way you hustle for my kids. 9 months for the belly, no be easy. But you endure the pain for my sake. One try me fake. Yeah, mama, yeah, yeah. You ain't in a yeah. Mama, God bless you, oh mama. Yeah, me sure, oh mama. God bless you, oh mama. Mama, hey mama. God bless you, oh mama. Yeah, me sure, oh mama. God bless you, oh mama. For the things you they do for me, for the blessings you rain on me. Sometimes I lose my way, but you still the prayer for me, the sacrifice for me. Oh yeah, yeah, mama. God bless you, oh mama. God bless you, oh mama. God bless you, oh mama. I dedicate this song to all the women in the world. Angel of my life, for the love I have is so real. How can I be your Mr. Right? Baby, what I feel is so strong. If you are the apple of my eyes. If oh no, I'm gonna love you till I die. Oh Lolo Femi, Jawa, I'm thinking about that day. It will be just you and I. Will you be my wifey? I will be your wifey. Angel of my wifey. Will you be my wifey? Just you and I. Will you be my wifey? I will be your wifey. Angel of my wifey. Will you be my wifey? Thinking about that day, it will be just you and I. About
with my bestie, and I don't know what to do. Sometimes I dey feel say she dey feel the same way I do, but she dey call me brother. I know they bab that thing, cause sometimes we dey act like lovers, where we dey do more things. My bestie, my bestie, my bestie, my bestie, my bestie. If you dey hear this song, just know say somebody fall for you. My bestie, my bestie, my bestie, my bestie, my bestie. I don't say I don't for catch feelings, but it be too risky to lose you to another one. So somebody tell me what it for you, cause I know I lose what it I get plus you. So somebody tell me what it for you, cause I know I lose what it I get plus you. Is it my brain or my body? Maybe my heart's no well. Say you're the kind of I've been in the cemetery, I should do. Hallelujah. Oh, bestie, yeah. Wherever you did, I say you for hear me today. I don't care if I shy for your face. So bestie, you know they wonder why. The guess, no they come away no more. Sometimes your jealousy self they blow my mind, but they give me vim so I knock them all. Now I shoot them your guys shine.
Any. Good morning once again, our dear leaders. We want to welcome you again to Kasese District Local Government. We want to take this opportunity to thank the Kasese leadership for having hosted us on this 25th annual general meeting. And we want to bless the Lord because He has given us journey mercies to this place. Once again, we want to give a clarity on our seating arrangement. We are going to sit as per this side. We have the Platinum Award. When we talk about platinum, gold, and silver, this is as far as how we've been performing in under as an obligation to ULGA subscriptions. So we are going to sit in this order, and then other members will be sitting this side. This under the platinum arrangement, we have Luero District Local Government, Napak, Bulambuli, Mayuge, Pakwach, Bulisa, Moyo, Kalilo, Gulu, Mbarara, Mukono, Bukomansimbi, Chankwanz, Jinja, Kumi, Tororo, Namutumba, Ngora, Amuru, Chegegwa, Isingiro, Kakumiro. Then for the golden award, we have Kitugum, Hoima, Masindi, Kasese, Kisoro, Mpiji, Nakaseke, Kabale, Chikube, Mitoma, Budaka, Kapebyong, Buikwe, Arua, Buvuma, Gomba. We have for the silver award, sorry, I beg your pardon, as golden we still have Kapchora, Luka, Selere, Nabiratuk, Nebi, Yumbe, Koboko, Kabarole, Chitagwenda. So far, if we've read out the district local government, kindly take up a seat on this side. For silver, we have Kanungu, Ajuman, Chibuku, Mbale, Kwen, Chiboga, Wakiso, Kasanda, Butaleja, Rubiriz, Katakwi, Kole, Kayunga, Karungu, Buyende, Rengo, Kabong. So we also have Maracha and Namaingo. I'll keep on reading, pardon me, I'll keep on reading for clarity. In case you don't hear the name among the three classifications, I'd request the district chairpersons to take up this side. The cows, the speakers, the sub-county representatives. Then our invited guests will take up these first, the first here. Once again, I welcome you leaders as we are after the breakfast. Hope you've all had a nice breakfast. Our seating arrangement is as follows. For the districts, we have the platinum, we have Luero, Napak, Bulambuli, Mayuge, Pakwach, Moyo, Kalilo, Gulu, Mbarara, Mukono, Bukomansimbi, Chankwanz, Jinja, Kumi, Tororo, Namutumba, Gororo, Ngora, Amuru, Chegegwa, Yesingiro, Kakumiro. Golden, I'm seeing my chair, Ruvirizi, under silver. Pardon us, Robert is in charge, he's allocating that, please. Robert, please, and the usher team, we don't have silver. Then the general seating, our dear leaders, we have the rest, the district chairperson, our dear chairpersons, you're taking up this side. The cows, followed by the cows, followed up by the speakers and the sub-county sub-county representatives. The other guests are also this side.
they sleep.
Good morning once again, our leaders. Warmly welcome you to Kasese District Local Government. We are here today for our 25th Annual General Meeting. We take this opportunity to thank Kasese leadership for hosting us in Kasese. I know those who are here last night, you really had the best. And those who are here, you've ushered in a blessing with rain. We want to give clarity on our seating arrangement. We have the Platinum Award. There was an issue with silver. Kindly occupy this side. Sorry. I'm reading once again for the Platinum Award as we are ushering in the team. Please, that ushering in our leaders, kindly do the needful. We have Luwero, Platinum, Napak, Bulambuli, Mayuge, Pakwach, Bulisa, Moyo, Kaliro, Gulu, Mbarara, Mokono, Bukomansimbi, Chankwanz, Jinja, Kumi, Tororo, Namutumba, Ngora, Amuru, Chegegwa, Isinjiro, Kakumiro. So those are the leaders that are supposed to occupy the platinum, where there's labeled platinum. For the golden award, or where you see gold, where you're seeing my chair from PG, we have Kitugum, Hoima, Masindi, Kasese, Kisoro, Mpiji, Nakaseke, Kabale, Chikube, Mitoma, Budaka, Kapiebong, Buyikwe, Arua, Buvuma, Gomba. We also have Kapchora, Luka, Serere, Nabiratuk, Nebi, Yumbe, Koboko, Kabalole, Chitagwenda. For the silver award, please occupy here next to platinum. We have Kanungu, we have Ajuman, we have Kibuku, Mbale, Kwen, Chiboga, Wakiso, Kasanda, Butaleja, Rubiriz, my chair, Rubiriz, the chair is the cities here, Katakwi, Kole, Kayunga, Karungu, Buyende, Rengo, Abong. I'll keep on repeating for us to have the best order. Pardon me for that. We also have our, because of COVID, we shall be joined by other members via Zoom. As they log in, we shall also be updating the members so that we recognize their presence online. We want to welcome you to this place, to Kasese Multipurpose Hall Gardens grounds, and we request you to feel at home. Kindly take up your seats, because I've been reliably informed that by 10:30 we shall be convening our meeting. We shall be beginning the meeting. Konjili is there.
Anti-côté qui caché, civilisation pas maniée, c'est où ça qui mène, l'amour pas qu'à trouver, loin de nous que goûter, en qui j'en ai.
You're most welcome. You're most welcome once again. You're most welcome. I'm requesting the ushers to kindly usher in our leaders to take up their respective seats. Ushers, Mariam, kindly usher in the leaders as per, to enable them allocate exactly where they're supposed to sit. Ushers, kindly usher in our leaders, our invited guests, our respective leaders in your respective capacities. We warmly welcome you to Kasese District Local Government. one, thank you, and I know you've had a good breakfast. We are yet to have a good beginning of our AGM, the 25th annual general meeting. We request you to take up your seats as per the labels. We have the Platinum Award. All our leaders in all the 4 capacities as per that is the district chairpersons, the speakers, the cows, and the sub-county representatives will be seated in this as per the awards we have. Ruwero District Local Government, Napak, Bulambuli, Mayuge, Pakwach, Bulisa, Moyo, Kaliro, Gulu, Mbarara, Mukono, Mukomansimbi, Chankwanz, Jinja, Kumi, Tororo, Namutumba, Ngora, Amuru, Chegegwa, Isinjiro, Kakumiro. Kindly take up the seat where there is platinum. Then for Golden Award, Robert, please cater for our invited guests as well. For the Golden Award, we are having Kitgum, Hoima, Masindi, Kasese, Kisoro, Mbiji, Nakaseke, Kabale, Chikube, Mitoma, Budaka, Kaplebyong, Buyikwe, Arua, Buvuma, Gomba. We have Kapchora, Luka, Selere, Nabiratuk, Nebi, Yumbe, Koboko, Kabalole, Chitagwenda. I can't talk for guests. Then we have gold. Sorry, we have silver. Silver, we are seated next to silver. We have Kanungu. Kanungu is seated next to the platinum. Kanungu, Ajuman, Chibuku, Mbale, Kwen, Chiboga, Wakiso, Kasanda, Butaleja, Rubiriz, Katakwi, Kole, Kayunga, Kalungu, Buyende, Rengo, Kabong, Maracha, and Namayingo. So other leaders kindly take up this side. The district chairpersons are taking first, the cows, our chief administrative officers, our honorable speakers, and our sub-county chairpersons. We welcome you once again. I'm inviting Robert to take us through the guide for the sub-county.
Okay, thank you very much, Manager. As she has already elaborated, we are categorized under platinum, gold, silver. Now for the lower local governments, that's the sub-counties, the following are under platinum award. We have Ringen from Karamoja, Kwania from northern, Kimengo from western, Kotido from Karamoja, Nakaperi Moru, Karamoja, Kasodo, eastern, Panyangara, Karamoja, Amdat, Karamoja, Nglorirate, Karamoja, Erus, northern, Wadelai, northern, Pakere, northern, Pachara, northern, Kihura, western, Nyabharwa, western, Ndiu, northern, Arapai, eastern, Makurubita, central, Kakoge, central, Wabinyonyi, central, Butayunja, central, Kakindu, central, Mai, central, Malangala, central, Banda, central, Burera, central, Kalangaro, central, Busimbi, in the central, Sekanyonyi, in the central, Kango, in the eastern, Tubul, in the eastern, Kangole, in the eastern, Kirika, in the eastern, Ngora, in the eastern, Ogolai, in the eastern, Kaperobyong, in the eastern, Obalang, in eastern, Kacheri, Karamoja, Nabirutuk, Town Council in Karamoja, Karita in Karamoja, Karapata in Karamoja, Lolelai in Karamoja, Karenga in Karamoja, Kawalakol in Karamoja, Kakamar in Karamoja, Ibuje in northern, Uriama in northern, Unyama in northern, Amach in northern, Bar in northern, Nedi in northern, K in northern, Roro in northern, Minakuru in northern, Jangakoro in northern, and Aka in northern. That's Platinum. Kindly, if you have heard your name, please join the team labeled Platinum. Under Golden Award, we have Kum in Eastern, Agule in Eastern, Nsambia in Central, Apache in Northern, Lapono in Northern, Kikandra in Central, Kululu in Northern, Butemba in Central, Bananywa in Central, Watuba in Central, Liraparuo in Northern, Adumi in Northern, Romogi in Northern, Kaderuna in Eastern, Naboa in Eastern, Mutumba in Eastern, and Butiti in Western. Please join the Golden Award team, labeled Golden Award. The following are under Silver Award, lower local governments. We have Gayaza in Central, Kyankwanzi in Central, Ntwetwe in Central, Bierma in Central, Kotomol in Northern, Omia Pachowa in Northern, Warrior in Northern, Apala in Northern, Muragi in Central. Yes, and you are requested to join the team labeled Silver Award. Just the tent facing the high table. Kindly join those teams as your name has been read. Once again, the following district local governments are requested to sit under Platinum Award tent, a tent labeled Platinum Award. Ruwero in Central, Napak in Karamoja, Vulambuli in Eastern, Mayuge in Eastern, Pakwach in Northern, Ulisa from Western, Moyo from Northern, Kariro from Eastern, Guru from Northern, Mbarara from Western, Mukono from Central, Bukomansimbi Central, Kyankwanzi Central, Jinja Eastern, Kumi Eastern, Tororo from East, Namutumba from East, Ngora Eastern, Amuru Northern, Chegegwa Western, Isinjiro Western, Kakomiro Western. Kindly sit under the tent labeled Platinum Award. The following are requested to sit under the tent labeled Golden Award: Kitgum, Hoima, Masindi, Kasese, Kisoro, Mpigi, Nakaseke, Kabale, Kikube, Mitoma, Budaka, Kaperebyong, Buikwe, Arua, Buvuma, Gomba, Kapchorwa, Ruka, Serere, Nabilatuk, Nebi, Yumbe, Koboko, Kabarole, Kitagwenda. Kindly sit under the tent labeled Golden Award. The following are requested to sit under Silver Award tent. We have Kanungu, Ajuman, Kibuku, Mbale, Queen, Kiboga, Wakiso, Kasanda, Butaleja, Lubirizi, Katakwi, Kole, Kayunga, Kalungu, Buyende, Ruengo, and Kabong, then Maracha and Namayingo. You are kindly requested to sit under the tent labeled Silver Award. In case you are not clear, the ushers they have the list. You can always cross-check with them and see where you sit, but we shall continue reading the names as we go on. We are still serving tea. In case you have not yet gotten a cup of tea, please just walk to the other building near the registration table, take a cup of tea as we are soon starting our meeting. The cup of tea is being served just near the registration table, that building. Kindly go and take a cup of tea, then you come back and have a seat. The place of convenience is just behind that building where we are serving the tea from, in case you feel like visiting it.
Our dear leaders, hope we've been able to take up our seats. We are starting our meeting in the next few minutes. Around 2 to 3 minutes, we shall be starting the meeting.
Ladies,
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I guess it's that time we should prepare ourselves to start our meeting. I hope everybody is comfortably seated and has a pack of information which we shall be using to guide the deliberations of the day. So, I'd like us all to look at our agenda. We quickly go through it and then set off. I hope we are online and we are with our delegates and members who may have opted to join us via the Zoom application. So today we are here and we are holding our 25th annual general meeting since the lifetime of Uganda Local Governments Association. And we are being hosted by none other than Kasese District. So I'd like to say welcome to Kasese District here at Kasese District Multipurpose Hall. We shall be anchoring our discussion and agenda for the day under the theme Unlocking the Decentralization Policy for an Effective National Development Plan 3. And we're looking at having functional, efficient, and effective local government institutions in Uganda. In terms of program, by now we have already registered to participate in this meeting. We have taken a cup of coffee. The ULGA executive members and our invited guests have taken their seats, and we are set to go on to the next item on the agenda, which should be starting with our national anthem, the East African anthem, and the association prayer. We shall have a run through the introduction of delegates. We will receive welcome remarks from the district chairperson of Kasese District, Mr. Geoffrey Bigogo Sivendire. We will receive remarks from the resident district commissioner Kasese, and we shall hand over the meeting to the president to constitute the General Assembly into the meeting, confirm and adopt the agenda, and present any motions as there will be. He will proceed to communicate to us as the chair, and at that time, we are expecting the Honorable Minister to come and do us the honor of opening our meeting. We do hope that the Minister will address us on the theme around opportunities for decentralization and the new cities and urban agenda. We all know that we have been going through this for the last 1 year. So we as districts, we need to understand what opportunities lie therein. We hope then that we can proceed with the meeting of the annual general meeting with a review of the previous minutes, an action memo, have a quick discussion on matters arising, receive a presentation of the annual executive report, receive a presentation of the budget speech and approve of the corporate strategic plan and work plan for 2020-2025, and the work plan for 2020-2021, receive the audit report, and we'll have a ceremony of awarding of certificates. Around about that time, we shall also introduce you to new partners we hope to work with in the coming year and the years to come. Having done that, we hope we can close our meeting and hear from an exposition on the interactions on the evolving role of local councils as legislature in promoting good governance for equitable and transformative national development. We all know that we are from elections. Elections give us councils, which are also mini legislatures, for that matter. A vote of thanks will be made, and hopefully by 4 o'clock, we can have our meal and depart for lunch. That is the proposed program that will take us through the day. May I propose then that we all stand up for the anthems? As we stand up, I'd like to inform delegates on site that we shall be communing with delegates and participants online, so we are not alone. association prayer, let's humble ourselves as we also pray for good weather. Almighty God, the source of power and justice, who in your wisdom created mankind, we pray for your guidance and counsel in the deliberation of the work of this association and the local authorities the world over, that it may be for the good of our citizens and for your honor and glory now and forever. Amen. Thank you. You may please take your seats. I've just been informed that we have been graced with the arrival of the Honorable Minister of State. I'm going to ask the ULGA Executive Committee, in particular the President and the Vice President to accompany the President to receive her. She's just arrived. I'll request for your patience and we allow her to come in and take her seat. As the President and the Vice Presidents go on to receive our Honorable Minister of State, allow me to introduce myself and welcome all of you to Kasese. My name is Gertrude Rose Gamwera, Secretary General for Uganda Local Government Association. It is with pleasure, honor, and a lot of humility that we thank Kasese District Leadership, the District Chairperson, the Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Amis Masereka. Where are you? He might be moving around, but he's doing a lot to make sure that everything is comfortable for you. So we want to thank them so much for their commitment and support in hosting their association in Kasese today. I'd like to welcome participants online. It is a unique time for us as an association, but also as local governments. I am sure one of our very cherished partners, Accord, knows this because they've led us in studying around it and will talk to us more about it. The issue of digital transition has come to face us, and today we test it in this annual general meeting, because it is the future, even for your council business. So let's hope that it all works out for the best. Mr. Amis is right here, if he can stand by me. This is the gentleman who is in charge of your hospitality here in Kasese. Thank you very much. Commissioner, who is also our permanent secretary. We're trying to trace you, Mr. Swithin Mujema. Kindly avail yourself. Okay, as we wait for the Honorable Minister to ready herself, we shall proceed with the introductions so that we know who is here. I will start with the President of ULGA. Not many of us who are here may know how he looks like. I'll ask him to stand up. Mr. Joseph Lomonyang, District Chairperson NAPAC, President Uganda Local Government Association since February 2019. You're welcome, sir. We have the Vice President for the region where we are, Western Region, Mr. Patrick Besije Keiwa. District Chairperson for Kabale. You're very welcome. The other Vice Presidents should be around. I'll move on to the Chief Administrative Officers here. I'll start with the Chair, the Captain of the Cows, Mr. Dunstan Balaba, the Chairperson of the Association of Local Government Accounting Officers. We have Mr. Samuel Kaija, the Regional Cow for Western Region, which is hosting us, but also Cow for Changeojo. Mr. Balaba is Cow Tororo. Mr. Alex Majeme, who is Cow Nakasongola, but still holds the portfolio of Regional Cow Eastern since it's yet to be replaced. We have Madame Marion Cow Chankwanzi, who is also serving as chairperson of our Finance and Management Subcommittee that handles many of the management issues. Welcome. Also Regional Cow Central Region. I'll move on to the speakers. We have Madame Halima Namakula Nasali, sorry. I think I've been calling you Namakula. It should have been your name for quite a long time now. My apologies. But Honorable Speaker, Regional Speaker for Central, but also Speaker for Chankwanzi District. We have Mr. Baram Ndiaguma, Regional District Speaker Representative for Western, but also District Speaker Mbarara. We have Mr. Julius Leokatakatiao, I think I've said it right, District Speaker Kotido, but also representing speakers from Karamoja. Next up here, I'll move on to the sub-county representatives. We have Mr. Peter Abach, representing sub-counties from Karamoja, but from Karenga. We have Mr. Charles Senyimba, sub-county representative Central, but from Wabinyonyi. We shall introduce the rest as they come along, and sitting is the Vice President, Eastern Region, Mr. Patrick Kayemba, also District Chairperson for Iganga District. Oh, sorry. He wants to be a cow. He's in the side of the cows. The sub-county representative for Northern Region, Mr. Moses Mike Alengo from Adedwok. I was trying to remember the sub-county, Adedwok sub-county in Lira. So these, ladies and gentlemen, are your executive committee members. I'd like to introduce our invited guests. Those that I'm aware have already arrived. Of course, we recognize that the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Local Government is represented by Commissioner Susan Mujema, who is attending to the Honorable Minister right now. But we also have our representative commissioners who sit on the Local Government Finance Commission. I'll ask them to come forward so that I can introduce them. Very important people. They've just shared their report with the Speaker of Parliament and asked her to make a loan financing and a local revenue collection unit for local governments. We have Mr. Norman Birunji, and we have Mrs. Deborah Chazkechinove. You're very, very welcome, always with us. You've done a fantastic job this year. We have Dr. Arthur Bainom Gisha. Dr. Arthur, always with us. I call him my husband in our marriage. Very, very welcome to Kasese and to our annual general meeting. We have, I talked about new partners. We have the executive director from UPPC, Mr. Waswa. Could you kindly step forward so that people can know who they are going to get into business with this coming year and thereafter? Very, very welcome. Thank you so much for traveling to Kasese to join us. We have KCB. KCB wants to take care of the local government money, so they are here with us. Come forward, Irene, please, so that people get to see who we are talking about. Thank you so much for traveling to Kasese. This is KCB. They'll be speaking to us as well during the course of the day. Thank you. Next, I will have to introduce you by category so that we can move fast. I will request that all district chairpersons please stand up for recognition. I know we have this tent, but we have some in our cherished platinum, gold, silver, and bronze membership. Please stand up, district chairpersons, for recognition. Very welcome to Kasese. Thank you for taking the time and trouble to come and be with us today. I want to introduce the district speakers here present. Please stand up for recognition. District speakers, please, you're very, very welcome. We value your presence. Thank you for traveling to Kasese. Chief Administrative Officers. Chief Administrative Officers, please stand up for recognition. What would we be without your valuable support and technical guidance? Thank you so much for coming and joining us. Sub-county representatives. Sub-county chairpersons present, please stand up for recognition. We want to welcome you to Kasese. Thank you so much for coming. We have added a representation from the senior assistant secretaries this year, particularly because of the great job they're doing for us down there. Senior assistant secretaries, please, senior assistant secretaries, thank you for coming to Kasese. Thank you for supporting your association. You're very, very welcome. ULGA staff, very busy, up and about, but we have Brenda right here next to me, our procurement officer. We'll get a right time to introduce them. I think they're still moving up and down attending to you, but the secretariat staff is around. You will be able to identify them in their uniforms. We also have the online streaming team. I won't distract them, but they're also giving us a service. Thank you very much. Having gone through the introductions, we should be receiving remarks from our district, welcome remarks from our district chairperson, but they're right now bringing in the minister. So I'll ask the entertainment team to put some quiet music as we allow, or as the minister walks in, they're coming. You're very welcome, the Honorable Minister of State. Always a pleasure. Thank you so much for coming. A hand of applause as she takes her seat. Let's play the national anthem again. We have a minister in the... No? Okay. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that guidance. The minister assures me that she was present when the anthem was being played. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. So we shall continue with our agenda. Honorable Minister, you're very welcome to the 25th Annual General Assembly for Uganda Local Government Association. It is a unique meeting this year because it is hybrid. We are trying to be very responsive to the COVID SOPs and guidelines. So we have delegates on site and we also have delegates online. Honorable Minister, we've just gone through a quick session of self-introductions, and before you, we have the ULGA Executive Committee led by the President seated with you up on the podium. But we also have district chairpersons, we have district speakers, we have chief administrative officers, We have sub-county chairpersons, senior assistant secretaries, but we also have invited guests who are friends and partners in our development agenda and implementation of our mandate. Honorable Minister, at this point in time, allow me invite the district chairperson of Kasese, Mr. Geoffrey Bigogo Sivendire, to come and give us his welcome remarks and make sure that the people are comfortable in Kasese. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, the Secretary General, for giving me this opportunity. Our Honorable Minister of State for Local Government, who is our chief guest, I guess, for the day. Our Uganda Local Governments Association President and the entire executive, the Secretary General and your management team, dear colleagues who have made it here in Kasese, and our invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Geoffrey Sivendire Bigogo, like you have heard. I am the district chairperson Kasese, who is hosting you here today. My simple role is to welcome you to Kasese. And I am saying, welcome to Kasese. The people of Kasese are very excited and happy to host you. I thank all of you who have made the journey up to here in Kasese. Thank you very much for considering the journey. I know that the times are not good, especially with the COVID and the low mood after elections. But for those of you who have made it here, I thank you very much. I'd also wish to take this opportunity to thank you once again for granting Kasese the opportunity to host this 25th ULGA General Assembly. I made the request in Moroto, and I am sure it is you who granted Kasese this opportunity. We take it as a huge opportunity as a district. It is never easy to have all of you here in your different capacities visit a district. So Kasese is proud that you are here in Kasese today. I would also wish to thank the ULGA executive for granting us the chance. You probably would have changed mind midway there, but that you followed up on this request and granted it to us. Please, we thank you very much as a district. I am happy personally, like I said yesterday at the dinner, that I am ending my term on a very good note. The good note is really to end the term after hosting a ceremony of this magnitude. I am sure you have seen that you came with a lot of blessings to our district. We had taken long without rain, but with your visit, we have had a share of the rain that has been falling in this country, and we think really from our African tradition, this means that your visit came with a lot of blessings. Please keep around and enjoy Kasese. Kasese is the pearl of Uganda, and if Uganda is called the pearl of Africa, then I believe it is because Kasese exists. I know we have a lot of challenges, but we are trying to sort them out. I have been speaking to the ULGA president about River Nyamwamba. Even when he saw the rains on the mountains, he thought it would burst again. Hope that we'll end this meeting before that happens, because this is the time of the year when it actually happens. We pray that it doesn't happen. Please, I am not scaring you in any way, but I know God is in control. To the north of the district, you can, after the meeting, visit Margarita Peak, you go through Bugoye, one of the sub-counties in this district, you would be able to reach at least the first gate. I implore all of you to at least make it to the first gate so that you can have a feel of what you conserve, of what Kasese conserves for the benefit of this country. If you move to the west, you will enter Queen Elizabeth, one of the wonders of our nature, and I am sure you will enjoy. I am not really going to go beyond this because I know the various requests that I would make on behalf of Kasese District Local Government are already included in the agenda for today. So let me keep it here, and please, I pray to God that you enjoy your stay, and I must say bravo ULGA. May the Almighty God bless you, and as you go back home, give you very wonderful journey mercies. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, District Chairperson. I think he deserves a louder hand clap, really. He wants to say something.
I have forgotten one thing, maybe, which is to thank my cow and the team that have made this function the way we see it. May I ask that they come forward so that you can also look at them, because really I am certain that without their involvement would not have had this wonderful function the way we see it. My cow, please, thank you very much. Mr. Masereka Asuman, the chairman of the organizing committee, who is our district education officer, our district planner, Mr. Masereka Alex, and the rest who have made this function wonderful. I think Kawa has represented them. Please, thank you for being there for us and for making this day a wonderful one. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I was asking for a louder hand clap to the Kasese chairperson. Please, this is very important for us because we all know what it means to host a meeting of this magnitude. And in this time of COVID, and in this time when local government revenue is struggling. So really, when a chairperson and his team come forward to receive and host us, we must really thank them loud enough. So let us give them a bigger and proper hand clap in appreciation. This tent has not been clapping, I'm monitoring. The tent on my, thank you very much. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to hand over to our president to take over and convene his meeting and set the ball rolling.
We are now on a
Secretariat.
Constitution of the General Assembly, confirmation and adoption of the agenda and the presentation of the two motions that are going to be read. So I would now request that someone moves a motion I have two motions here. One is motion waiving the constitutional requirement under Article 7(1) of the ULGA Constitution to hold an annual AGM for the financial year 1920 and delegating the Executive Committee to directly handle all decisions of the AGM until such a time when the national guidelines on managing the COVID pandemic can allow for the holding of an ordinary AGM. The motion is premised on the justification of the interruptions of the COVID-19 pandemic, causing delays in the holding of the last regional meeting of Karamoja, and before which the Executive Committee could not proceed to the summit meeting. Second motion. The second motion before I read the second one, I would request that the Assembly would second this motion to legalize the proceedings that we shall be going on. I submit.
My name is Michael Lacogne, the district chairperson, Amuru District Local Government. I am moving a motion waiving the constitutional requirements under Article 7, Clause 1 of the Local Government, Uganda Local Government Association Constitution to all an annual AGM for the financial year 2019-2020 and delegating the Executive Committee to directly handle all decisions of the AGM until a time when the national guidelines on the managing the COVID pandemic can allow for the holding of the ordinary AGM. The motion is premised on the justification of interruptions of the COVID-19 pandemic causing delays in the holding of the late regional meeting for Karamoja, before which the Executive Committee could proceed to submit the meeting. I therefore move.
You are seconding because
I am
moved.
seconding.
Very
I'm
good.
seconding.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The second motion to waive requirement under Articles 7-8 of the ULGA Constitution for 51% quorum for the 25th ULGA AGM scheduled to take place today, 29th of March, 2021 in Kasese District. The motion is justified by the current unique circumstances influenced by the COVID-19 pandemic guidelines that limit the maximum total number of the mass gathering to 200, and the fact that the online participants may not be guaranteed to have stable internet to guarantee the 51% minimum AGM quorum. I moved.
My name is Muktete Chiria, the district chairperson Tororo. I stand to second the motion to waive required Article 7 under Article 7-8 of the ULGA Constitution for 51% quorum for the 25th ULGA AGM scheduled to take place on 29th March 2021 in Kasese District. The motion is justified by the current unique circumstances influenced by the COVID-19 pandemic guidelines that limit the maximum total number for mass gatherings to 200, and the fact that the online participants may not be guaranteed to have stable internet to guarantee the 51% minimum AGM quorum. I stand second. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I invite the Vice President Easton to appreciate the seconders of the two motions presented by Executive Committee?
Mr. President, Sir Minister, with all due respect, I want to commend colleagues, members of ULGA, for understanding the situation in which we are operating under the new normal, and understanding very quickly. I want to commend us and many of us that have found the time. So one of the things is to improve ULGA and do things to what the law requires us to do. And you can imagine the professional way that we're handling ULGA. It's not the ULGA, the ordinary ULGA that you used to see. So I commend you, Madam Minister of State, for honoring us, and I also commend members. Thank you so much.
I think, thank you for moving on well. The next item is communication from the chair, who is the president of the session. Hello? Please give the agendas to the members. Okay. I think I had raised earlier, and I'd expected somebody to adapt after reading. Hello? You're welcome.
This is the Speaker Kalungu. Before we proceed any further procedure, we need to have this agenda and adopted as the true issues for discussion of today's business. Before even these other motions have been moved, we need to own the agenda of the business today. It is a concern from all speakers here as custodians of law in councils in session.
We thought the motions first could be adopted, and then we now move forward. We integrate all the business, and then...
Yes, we should have all the agendas, issues for discussion today be adopted as yes. Now I'm moving a motion as the speaker that as the agenda it is, as being read by our chairperson, I am standing here to propose a motion that let us have all these issues be discussed and be the business of today's AGM meeting. Can I have my speaker here to second?
Okay, John. Speaker, Tororo District Local Government. Amendment, right, through the through the president.
With amendment?
Amendment.
Okay.
The Minister of Local Government, the ULGA President, and the Assembly. I wanted in the agenda be included at least to pay the motion to pay the tributes to our fallen district chairperson, LC5 chairperson Toruko, and Namutumba, that passed on of recent with COVID.
Thank you
so
brother.
much.
Thank you for your solidarity. Thank you. So I think, members, I want to commend the movers and the seconders.
There is an amendment, sir. Another amendment, sir.
Before that, the two motions, the order of the two motions could have been 2 would be 1, and then 1 would be 2.
Okay.
Because the first is the quorum, and then other business. For those
that is my issue, sir. Thank you.
Taken. So for those ones who are recording, it must go in that order. I think we can now go to the next. So I think it should be immediately after my communication, then the tribute can come.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair of the meeting, I now stand to move that we adopt, to second that we adopt the order paper with those amendments placed in. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of State for Local Government, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Local Government, colleagues, members of the Executive Committee of ULGA, the ULGA members of the August Assembly, this Chairperson Kasese and your Council, and the technical team of Kasese Local Government, partners in development, the media, ULGA Secretariat and the staff of the Secretariat, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's with profound pleasure and honor that I welcome you to the 25th ULGA Annual General Meeting hosted by our member, Kasese District Local Government. We humbled indeed by this invaluable hand and kind gesture of support, without which perhaps we would not be having our meeting today. Alakaranoi Mwasinga. Mwasinje. I wish to start with a word of commendation to our Honorable Minister, who has continued to walk us through on our advocacy journey and remains interested in very supportive institutional strengthening of ULGA as a formidable representative and voice of local governments in Uganda. Thank you very much. Dear ULGA AGM delegates, I must quickly highlight the fact that we have experienced delays in congregating, and particularly for the AGM scheduled for financial year 1920, not to mention the earlier proposed special AGM that was meant to complete the business of Moroto in February 2019, for reasons that we already shared with you. Key being the budget limitations and challenges in securing a host for the meeting. We did, however, proceed to organize our annual general meeting successfully, and we got prepared for the annual ordinary general meeting early 2020. We were hit by the setback in the form of COVID-19 pandemic. I am sure you all agree with me that all these incidences provide reasonable explanation for the delay. Nonetheless, it has been said always better late than never. We are here, and I thank all of you for your attendance. This year, our strategic vision and direction is anchored in our theme that speaks for unlocking the decentralization policy for an effective national development plan, and in particular, we shall continue to seek, advocate for functional, efficient, and effective local governments institutions for Uganda. This being the key drivers for implementation of the NDP3 and other government policies and programs. In doing this, I draw the attention of Parliament to the fact that our strategic direction requires is a strong hand of leadership, delivering the right policies and laws that will empower local governments in Uganda to effectively deliver on their mandate. It's a new dawn in all aspects, a new local government sector, a new National Development Plan 3, and a new strategic approach to service delivery through local economic development that calls for huge fiscal and infrastructural investments at the local government level, and above all, new local government leaders who must be given the space and empowered to deliver on their mandate as provided for by the Constitution and the law. It is for this reason that I call out on behalf of local governments to our members of Parliament, members that we local governments are the voice of the common people and remain the most viable means through which national policies get delivered. It's my humble request that our minister to carry out and reinforce this message to the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament for our onward submission. As we converge in this August Assembly, fellow delegates, there are critical advocacy concerns that require the immediate attention of government as we prepare for an end of term for the current local leaders and for the new financial year 2021-2022. This issue of personalization of the new local government units, in particular the sub-counties and town councils, remains unresolved to date. The never-ending procurements of motorcycles for the sub-county chairpersons and the new emerging need to operationalize the new cities supported by clear guidelines. We equally continue to address the issue of improved salaries for our local government officials, including technical officers, for whom we request government to provide us with feedback on the current position on implementation of the Salaries Review Commission and on the issue of increasing the pay for the chief administrative officers. Further to the above, as your executive leaders, we have picked up the increasing call for the welfare package for retiring district chairpersons. We have engaged the Honorable Minister of Local Government on numerous occasions, one of which was the meeting with the fellow chairpersons in January 2021 at the Ministry of Local Government. In particular, a request has been put forward for them to be allowed to live with their assigned vehicles. I am sure the Honorable Minister shall provide us with the appropriate update in due course. We have also picked up the emerging problem of the inadequate budget provisions, allocations for local government political leaders, despite the increase in numbers of new councillors as a result of the increase in the number of constituencies at local government level. It is true that looking at the amount provided under the unconstitutional ground, the current bill is less in proportion to the number of elected councillors. As ULGA, this is an advocacy issue to be escalated to the Ministry of Finance through the Ministry of Local Government. Dear delegates, it's my pleasure to share the following highlights in terms of our key achievements for the last 2 years since the election of the current executive leadership. My presentation shall focus on the areas of local governance, policy, advocacy, and representation of the local government, which you have been able to attain by working closely with the technical support and guidance of our Secretariat. We extend our sincere gratitude to all our key funders and development partners, who include the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government, Subvention, European Union, UNCDF, VNG, Netherlands, the Commonwealth Local Government Forum, and the United Cities and Local Government of Africa Network. We also thank collaborative implementation actors working with you and our members comprised of Accord, Action Aid Uganda, the National Planning Authority, for the support and continued spirit of cooperation extended to us along our advocacy journey. The annual general meeting is the highest policy organ which must meet annually to set the advocacy agenda for the year. I have already shared on the challenges that we have experienced in having our regular sessions sit during the last 2-year period. However, during this time, we have leveraged the administrative organ of the regional meetings, which we use to mobilize, consult members on the effective implementation of its mandate. I am happy to report that under our leadership, we have been able to successfully hold all the 5 regional meetings to date, and this took place between December 2019 and November 2020. These forums kept on communication open, and we thank members who attended and actively participated in these meetings. In terms of management and policy implementation oversight, the Executive Committee has been able to hold 5 sittings, the first in April 2019, the second July 2019, the third December 2019, the fourth July 2020, and October 2020. And of course, we had one this very week. And more recently in March, of course, we have been able to have regular to function under the leadership of our SG, Getri Toskamera, in congregation of the fact that we were in office and needed to be supported and inducted into the ULGA mandate and guided by Article 9, 3, 4, 7,
read together with Article 20 respectively, we resolved in our first sitting in April 2019 to validate the mandate of the Secretary General who airs the Secretariat and retained our services as we worked on arrangements for the extraordinary annual general meeting where our recommendations regarding the office of would be tabled. Ms. Gertrude Rose Gamwera was duly instructed and issued with a valid letter of extension of services in that respect. As your executive committee, we have worked and supervised the work of Gamwera and satisfied that she has, regardlessly the terrain, she continues to exhibit interest, commitment, hard work, and loyalty that keeps ULGA on the forward-looking trajectory. As a recognition voice for local governments, not only in Uganda, but at regional and international level, we therefore present her to you for validation of appointment in the office of the Secretary General for the period 20 February 2019 to 27th February 2022. The Executive Committee under my stewardship has proactively represented members and voiced our concerns at local and international levels. One of my first tasks as president was to preside over ULGA feasibility during the handover of the agricultural equipment for the district extension services that took place in Namalere in July 2019. Delegates, including all chairpersons and cows, at the ceremony presided by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. We, as Executive Committee, also took on the matter of actively participating in the definition journey of the new local government sector, including deliberations around the new agri-led programming and institutional framing process facilitated by both Operational Wealth Creation and the Ministry of Local Government. ULGA is a recognized partner under the local government sector, and as such, our voice through the Office of the President, ULGA, as well as our technical staff, is represented in all the working committee of the sector. In January 2020, the Honorable Minister, following the inauguration, was received at ULGA House by the President and members of the EXCOM, on which occasions ULGA made its submission on key government and ULGA concerns. Following our request and under the organization of the Ministry of Local Government, the Honorable Minister held an engagement with these chairpersons in early February 2020 at Hotel Africana. As Executive Committee, we have also held formal advocacy engagements with the Honorable Minister of Local Government, specifically in the month of January 2020, April 2020, and May 2020, of which two are quarterly meetings with the Executive Committee, which engagements have so far delivered on the following results. That's the ULGA subvention of 300 million, improvements in the guidance of local governments of the COVID-19 district level response, and facilitate the submission of ULGA recommendations for how to operationalize the cities and manage the interim and transition stages. More recently, together with the selected team of these chairpersons, we had an engagement with the Honorable Minister on the 8th of January 2021, which secured the commitment of the Honorable Minister to work with us on the development of the policy and address the welfare and retirement package of local government leaders, as well as the issue of possible disposal of vehicles. These chairpersons who have completed their term of office. On this issue, I wish to appreciate the Vice President Western Region, Mr. Patrick Besiji Kaiwa, for heavily leading the team that included the chairperson of Zimbabwe, Momusa. I hope you are around. Abim, Mitiana, and Rubirisi. Further, for the subject of ULGA advocacy for improved service delivery and strengthening the capacity, we leaders provide oversight and improved coordination of program implementation in local government. We inherited unfinished business in the form of the OWC MOU negotiations. I'm happy also to report that we have not relented on the following up the implementation of the signed OWC ULGA Memorandum of Understanding. A task team led by my colleague, Chair Mitiana, continued to volunteer in his services in having engagements with OWC Secretariat. Special appreciation goes to our team that includes chairpersons of Bududa, Buyende. Ladies and gentlemen, these officials were not adequately facilitated during the course of their duty, and to a large extent we were guided by the spirit of voluntarism. We applaud their dedication of service to ULGA. An implementation roadmap for the MOU was drawn up and shared as an immediate output of these efforts. Updates from the Secretariat, which was following up on the matter with OWC Deputy Chief of Party, indicate that at the time we underwent into country lockdown, we were scheduled to have a meeting with all chairpersons and the Budget Committee and Agriculture Committee of Parliament to engage on approval of a funding identified under OWC vote provision under the NADS program, but had been questioned previously. Nonetheless, in April 2020, meeting of ULGA Vice President under, together with the Regional Speaker North and Regional Sub-County Representative Karamoja, and the Minister and the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Local Government, recommended, and the Ministry is currently pursuing the MOU with the Chief Coordinator, OWC. Fellow chairpersons, please accept my reassurance that as your executive leadership, we have not given up on this assignment, but only we await feedback from Madam Secretariat and appropriate date and the time to congregate and pursue the next steps. As a byproduct of our work with OWC, the Ministry of Local Government Finance Commission, ULGA was equally well represented and participated in the Rensori Investment Expo implemented under the Rensori Agro-led initiative, that is providing a flagship for the eventual roll out countrywide. ULGA role is benchmarked and track progress so as to document and share with its members for learning and acknowledge management purposes. Given that our local governments continue to struggle with inadequate funding for effective execution of the various mandates, the ULGA executive leadership and the technical staff continue to represent and be part of the national budget process, where the case for improved budget allocation and financing of local service delivery continues to be made. We continue to appear alongside the Ministry of Local Government, the Ministry and then Local Government Finance Commission before the Committee of Parliament for Public Service and Local Government to present our views in response to the Ministry policy statement, and we have added the local government voice in response to the policy statement for the financial year 1920 19 and 2020 and financial year 2020-2021. We have also made responses and submissions on behalf of the fiscal planning bill. The centralization drive also continues to thrive, as evidenced by the proposal from the Minister of Health to present a cabinet paper on the centralization of the district health officers and DHOs and health officers between U1 and U4 scale. ULGA expressed its rejection of this proposal to Parliament, and the President has made the formal written submission to the Office of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Health, on this matter. We have also held the focus engagement with key decision makers, as exemplified in the September 2019 breakfast meeting. An expert committee, we had a meeting with the Minister of State for Finance and Local Government and the representatives from the National Planning Authority, respectively. In this meeting held with the support of Action Aid Uganda, we addressed our concerns over the allocated funding of local service delivery, the financial policy reforms affecting our mandate, as well as avenues for alternative financing strategies. A technical team that was put in place to follow up to pursue implementation of the agreed position from the meeting, among us which was causing improvement in the management of local government and revenue, and the need to actively engage and involve local government in the NDP3 process. During the January meeting with the Honorable Minister of Local Government at ULGA House, one of the flags raised was the decentralization of local governments and local revenues. This matter was taken up, and under the hand of the Permanent Secretary, a letter was written to the PSST, Minister of Finance, more recently in November 2020 with EU and DNU UNCDF support, the peak of advocacy for improved local government funding generated under HAID memo of recommendation, which are now being worked on by the ministry and the association to form a cabinet memo for policy reform. The Public Finance Management Act reforms and management of local government local revenue are key areas for proposed cabinet and parliamentary review. ULGA also has also been actively represented by myself and executive committee members in the annual general performance review conducted by Office of the Prime Minister for both financial years, the last being held on the 15th to the 16th September 2020. We have equally represented by the National Budget Process Conference. Our ULGA position paper recommendations delivered to the National Budget Conference of 2019 did influence the direction of the subsequent regional workshops on the local government planning and budgeting process, as well as the content of the first budget call circular dated 13 September 2019. For our reporting period, ULGA held an engagement with ACORD where we harmonized the key issues affecting decentralization for stronger joint advocacy, as well as the implication of the outcomes of the budget analysis for financial year 18-19 and the strategic direction forward to recover the 1 trillion return in the center in the month of August. In the month of August 2019, the Decentralization Conference was held, organized in partnership with the Ministry of Local Government. The conference received 2 key policy documents prepared by ACORD, one on the decentralization policy itself and the other on local government financing. Fellow delegates, our representation and service to you also included presentation of your voice and annual sector negotiations for both financial year 2020-2021 and 2021-2022. I wish to dwell on this area a little bit more, reasoning being that this is where ULGA's role and service to all local governments remains invaluable and unquestionable to justify timely remittance of your subscription payments. The annual sector negotiations are a constitutional requirement under Article 193, and the process marks the beginning of the national and local government budget cycle. The strategic positioning of ULGA to fight for your constitutional rights under this process, which informs the budget allocations to local governments through sector mandates, remains the lifeline of decentralization and local government institutional existence. This negotiation guide and the ministerial planning and budgeting frameworks for programs under the conditional grant financial year 2020-2021, it is without a doubt that each and every one of us at the beginning of his financial year does receive grants from the central government, and the output that carries ULGA contributions, and effort is its definition. Whatever you are receiving through the different sector programs, ULGA has negotiated and bargained for. One of the immediate outputs during the financial year 1920 negotiations process was my letter to the Minister of Finance on key concerns around local government funds and positioning in preparation for NDP3 rollout. This letter triggered immediate positive response from the Minister of Finance and the National Planning Authority, and local governments have been supported to a larger extent to contribute to the outlook of NDP3. More recently, we are seeing the Ministry of Works launching regional mechanical centers to ease road equipment maintenance and training of users. I urge you all to follow this important process through the agreements we sign in a bid to track progress and achievements of ULGA's advocacy work. It's with pleasure that I inform you that our hard work in advocating for the review of decentralization policy has yielded during our term of office. The Executive Committee held an engagement with the National Planning Authority in October 2020 on the review of the decentralization policy, where our position was shared with the consultants on the development of the policy brief on the national demographic dividend. That is crucial to the effective implementation of the NDP3. The NPA thereafter proceeded to engage you all in consultative process, and it's my hope that you did put the required attention to this very important exercise. Finally, I am happy to inform all the regional and international levels that we remain well represented in the East African Local Government Association, where 3 of us, the CAO Central Region, sub-county chairperson, President Karamoja, and myself, representing ULGA on the executive committee. The United Cities and Local Government of Africa Network, where the president, ULGA, secures ULGA slot in the African Council of the Local Governments and the Commonwealth Local Government Forum, where I am a member of the CLFG board. Fellow colleagues, it has been 2 years of reconstruction, rebuilding, leveraging opportunities that provide our great institution of ULGA the right foundation to soar above the current paradigm shift towards an anti-devolution policy. This calls for a stronger voice that is backed by unity of voice and action amongst its members. It is the time that when districts and sub-counties must ignite the spirit of common purpose and movement, as well join us with the cities, the urban local governments to ensure the constitutional rights on the transition policy that are well amplified in the chapter 11 of the amended constitution of Uganda, like our elders that came before and handed over a vibrant institution of ULGA. We must determine, and I call out to you all in your individual leadership capacities, to leave a strong legacy and be of good example for the newly elected local government leaders, who more than ever must find a good foundation for strong partnership with the local government in pursuit of local government development agenda for God and my country and the unity, efficiency of local governments. Mamonya Joseph, President ULGA. Thank you. So. The next item is paying tribute to our foreign colleagues. And can I now request the PIF Eastern move tribute for Namutumba, and then Western for Ntoroko.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to take the opportunity to call for your attention and to present to you a message of tribute for the death of our colleague, our comrade, the former district chair of Namtumba. The death of the former district chair of Namtumba was very unfortunate. He was a district chair with a vast experience in managing local governments. He was a district councillor before of Iganga district local government, even before Namtumba was born. He participated effectively in the birth of Namtumba district local government. He was further elected as a district councillor for Namtumba, where he served as a minister, a secretary for production, and a secretary for social services. He was rewarded by the people of Namtumba to lead them. In 2019, he attracted a cardiac challenge, which took him up to Nakasero Hospital. He underwent a very expensive treatment. We commend the leaders of particularly Busoga and the Busoga Consortium who contributed to his bills. Early this year, unfortunately, he attracted COVID-19, which took him. I recall his posting on the platform, lamenting for financial assistance from the government, from the NRM party, and from colleagues. Besides individual contributions, it is true that neither of the institutions he lamented to receive assistance, listened and responded. This was so painful and very unfortunate. It can happen to any of us. Our minister, who is here, this is a lesson. His death comes in as a lesson to all of us, Honorable Minister. When we are offering services, everybody is happy and everybody loves us because we are sustaining the development of our people, but also of the regime. It is unfortunate that when we land in trouble, none of those that we serve very critically listen to our cries. That said, it is also true I represented ULGA during the burial and were able to make a financial contribution to the burial arrangement. It was also very unfortunate that the ministry was not effectively represented during that burial arrangement. Very, very unfortunate. Yes, the cow later had to definitely make the presence of the ministry and the sector, but I think that was not enough for a district chairperson. That said and done, I want to take the opportunity to move a motion that this August Assembly recognizes the works of Haji Kumbuga Sale, his contribution to this forum, ULGA, from inception. You'll recall that he even wanted to actually represent us, to lead this, but through dialogue, he accepted to turn down in favor of my standing as the vice president of ULGA. He was so a uniting person, so humble, so constructive. He used to listen. He was almost a consultant in issues of local government. This sector will miss him. The people of Namtumba will miss him. The members of Busoga Consortium will definitely miss him. This country will miss Haj Saleh Kumbuga. I beg to move that we recognize, a motion that we recognize his works, and that we also learn lessons from this experience. I beg to move, Mr. President and members of the August Assembly. My name's Kayemba Patrick, District Chair, Iganga District Local Government, and Vice President, ULGA Eastern.
May his soul rest in eternal peace. Amen. Then VP Western for our late colleague, Toroko.
Honorable Minister, our dear President ULGA and the entire executive, the Secretariat, our leaders in your respective capacities, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Patrick Bess Jekaiwa. I am the District Chairperson Kabale District Local Government and the Vice President of Uganda Local Government Authorities in charge of Western Uganda, and the Chair of Southwestern Development Forum.
I stand before you, Honorable Minister, and the members of the August House to pay tribute to one of our own, this chairperson of Ntoloko District, the late Chamanywa Timothy, who was the founding chairperson of Ntoloko District Local Government. The late Timothy Chamanywa was well known by all the members of this August Assembly, almost, more so the district chairperson, for his humility, and he was always given names, the petty names of Baruku, the petty name of Banturachi, the petty name of Brown Mutuku, out of how he used to intermix with the members of this fraternity. It is very fitting that I pay tribute to him, because when I was standing as a vice president of the association, Church of Western Uganda, where Ntoloko is, he did not only become my political agent, but offered to become my kanyama, so that our vote is well guarded, and he ensured that we sailed through unopposed. He was a very committed leader to his people and to the association. The late Chamanywa never missed any meeting of the district leaders of the association. And he is well remembered for his very works that he was able to put in place that I mentioned. Very social, both to his people and his colleagues, and was mixing with everybody, regardless of the level where you find him. In our meetings, wherever we would meet, he would never miss the fellowship and the squirrelship that we used to have together. Very focused leader who had transformed the district within a short possible time under his reign, because you all know, those who know Ntoloko, its location, much of his district is covered with the forest. He took over the leadership of the district and worked on the roads, worked on the schools. The district did not have even the health center. Ntoloko Health Center 3 was almost now becoming a hospital of its own out of his courtesy. He was ever smart, both physically in the appearance and even the way he argued his points out, and academically as he pursued the higher grading after his school days. I want to inform you that the late Chamanywa was a peacemaker, as he was always hosting meetings of the Rwenzori sub-region with his leaders to reflect on the development of the area, more so during the time when General Salim Saleh camped here for the Aguri-led championship in Rwenzori sub-region. This was contained in a message delivered by the Honorable Rwabuhinga, the chairperson of Kabarole, on the day of his burial. The late Chamanywa will always be remembered and cherished for his unity between the Bakonjo, between the Batoro, between the Batuku, and there was a lot of tribal cohesion, as you may recall that Ntoloko is full of the Bafurchi. His burial was attended by a magnitude of mourners, including the president of ULGA, myself, the vice president in charge of the region, and very many district chairpersons who made it to Ntoloko. And on this note, I want to request the August Assembly to also thank the chairperson Jinja. The chairperson Jinja, who offered to take care of one of the daughters, educate her up to the university level. Can I request the chair Jinja to stand up for recognition? Kusambira, Kisambira Titus. One salute you so much, one salute so much, and we pray that the spirits of Jagali takes you back safely. Before I move,
I want to salute the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who supported the family during the time of his sickness, paying the medical bills, and more so, the provision of the chopper to airlift our foreign friend when he was actually very down, take him to Kampala for medical attention. On this note, therefore, Honorable Minister, allow me to re-echo my brother's appeal that as local leaders under your care, under your ministry, we request and say that the care and support to the district and local leaders is very, very key. And one salute you for standing with us wherever we are faced with these challenges. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, on this note, therefore, to request this assembly to recognize the works of our foreign friend Timothy Chamanywa, the district chairperson of Ntoroko, for the good deeds while he was serving this country and this entire region. I beg to move.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So before we divide the secondment of those tributes, we also need to notify the August Assembly that in Kabong, we did also lose one of the chairpersons by the name Lokor Joseph Loben. That's the vice chairperson of Kabong. And then the secretary for production. He was representing the e-constituency. And then Lomongin Raphael was the councillor representing Kabong Town Council. And then the LC chairman of SIDOC, Kaiwar Mark. So may their souls rest in eternal peace. And also the cows are informing us we also lost one of our own, the cow Kayunga. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Can I now invite people to second those tributes, the one of Chair Ntoroko and Namutumba. That is Amuru? Isoro?
Mr. President, allow me second the motion to recognize our fallen heroes of local government because they are great contributions to the societies they were in, and also allow them to rest in peace by making sure that the aspirations we share are taken to the final conclusion. So I beg to second, Mr. President.
So we now invite our Honorable Minister of State for Local Government, who is our chief guest tonight, to take the floor, and also request her to move a motion or to pay tribute to the fallen President of the Republic of Tanzania. You're welcome, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President, the members of the executive, all the members of the assembly, our partners, the media, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me begin by thanking the leadership of Kasese District for hosting this very historic function. Equally, the president, the executive for ULGA, I want to salute you for doing a good job amidst the many challenges, including COVID. Our secretariat, Madam Rose, and your staff, thank you for supporting the executive of ULGA. I bring greetings from the senior minister who personally wanted to be here, but incidentally today is a cabinet day and we had issues that affect us as a sector, so we had to divide ourselves. Is in the cabinet in Entebbe to deliberate on those issues. So I am here to join you in this AGM, and I will speak starting with the issues regarding paying tribute to our fallen heroes. I knew the district chairpersons personally, the one of Namutumba and the one of Ntoroko. These were very, very dedicated leaders, patriots, very hardworking, and they loved their people. We shall definitely miss them. And as the chairman Iganga mentioned, we pick lessons. Even as I sat here, I said we need to do something. Picking again lessons from Parliament. Initially, we used even not to have pension funds as MPs. And now we have pension. So why can't the local government leaders have pension? I think as ULGA and as a sector ministry, this is something that we must pursue so that our leaders, even in death, even those who are going to retire from the leadership, can continue being supported. Again, we lost our dear President of Tanzania, a people-centered leader, a dedicated leader, a servant leader, a patriot, a leader who advocated for a corrupt-free region, but also a leader whose idea was that African problems must be solved using African solutions. We lost him, a leader who cut out public expenditure for the interests of development for the people. A leader who wanted us to work together in terms of developing infrastructure, the oil pipeline, the rail, and many other infrastructure in the region. We shall miss him. Again, as Africa, as a region, but we still have a lot of lessons picked from President Magufuli's leadership. I pay tribute to him on behalf of all the local governments, and may his soul rest in peace. And we also ask God to comfort our brothers and sisters, the Tanzanians, to come to terms with the death of our dear president. Mr. President, I don't know the procedure now. Does somebody second my motion before I move on to my speech? You have to guide.
Honorable Minister, I think in terms of protocol, I think I should be somehow nearer to you. So since I'm even your neighbor, I second the motion, given all the background that you have given. I beg to submit. I now invite you to address us.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm humbled to be here to join you as we hold our 25th ULGA AGM. As you are aware, this started in 1994. And I want to salute all of you for endeavoring to come for this meeting amidst the so many challenges. To the people of Kasese, my sympathies to the loss of our people who died in the disasters. But this again is a lesson to us so that we can plan better to avert these disasters. Mr. President, I want to thank you and your leadership for steering ULGA this far. And as we come today for the AGM, I thank you for the achievement so far, but I know a lot remains to be done. All the local governments, I want to thank you for fighting COVID. I will say you were the ones at the front line. I moved to some of the districts, at least to pick some lessons and to see how we stand with you and support you. The border districts, districts with the highlands, but also districts that had municipalities. And we came back, shared with the government, and they were able to send you some support. But I want to thank you on behalf of the government of Uganda that you put up a spirited fight. Even as we talk now, recently I was in Otuke and they told me they never had a COVID case. That was due to your vigilance, you people as leaders. I want to still appeal that we maintain the SOPs, because when we pick from other countries, the COVID goes down and then later it comes with a big force in wave 2 or wave 3. We have got the vaccine, but again, as you are aware, we started with the medical people. Then we have also to handle the teachers, the security, then all those above 50. I want to implore you, as you go back, to encourage our people to go for vaccination. Initially, people were saying, how come the president has not gone for it? Now he has gone for it. And I want to encourage you, our dear chairpersons, the technical leaders at all levels, the political leaders at all levels, to take advantage and lead by example so that we can be able to save lives. We have been, you are aware, we became a sector, and as a sector we can achieve more. But also we have been able to approve NDP 3, and this is going to be program-based. But the role of local governments features prominently in NDP 3. And again, I want to call upon you to ensure that we take up our role and we position ourselves so that the local governments can get what is due to them. Mr. President, there are issues as a sector that we have achieved. Since independence, I think we had 1 city. Now we have 15, 10 are already operational. We had some challenge that at the time when the cities came on board, we had already done the budget. So that's why they were not included, and therefore they had to continue using the municipal budget. But I can assure you that in the current budgeting process, they have been catered for, and come 1st July, these will have their budget. And I want to thank you for the support. Many of you had to lose part of your territories to the city. That is the spirit. I want to thank you. On the issue of motorcycles for the LOC3 chairpersons, the President mentioned that this has been on for a long time. True, because there is a lot of democracy in Uganda. What has been happening is that whenever we put out an advert, we start the procurement system. Those who lose run to court. Others run to PPDA. That's how we lost money last year, last financial year. Again, this financial year, we are in the procurement process. Somebody had run to court. No, he had gone to PPDA. But again, this is already resolved. So we are going to have the motorcycles procured for the LOC3s, even the bicycles for the LOC1s and 2. The stamps we have already launched. We have already given out the stamps to the LOC1s and the LOC2 chairpersons. So we are moving. Now on the issue of the issue of sub-counties and town councils being unfunded, again, the accounting officers are here. In the budget call circular, Minister of Finance directed that we must operationalize these units, but using local revenue, which we don't agree as your ministry, because we know this money is not there. The local revenue is not there. So what we are doing is still to engage Minister of Finance that it is not feasible to ask the local leaders to use the local revenue, because some of the sub-counties don't have it at all. So this one, we shall give you feedback, but that was the communication. The pay for the chief administrative officers and also the municipal clerks, because equally they do the same role, and the chairperson is LOC5. This one we are still pursuing, and I know that we shall have a breakthrough. We shall have a breakthrough, especially the cows, because it's not good to have people managing billions of money when they are not catered for properly. So we are pursuing it, and actually in the current budget we are pursuing this matter. You will definitely be given feedback. Now the issue of the outgoing LC5 chairpersons retaining the vehicles, again we are still consulting. It may be vehicles, it may be something else. We are still consulting, but we haven't concluded. So I cannot give you the final answer today. Mr. President and members of the Assembly, as we sit here, again I want to ask you that those who did not go through, because incidentally, many of our chairpersons didn't make it. But I want to say, take heart, you can still serve Uganda in another capacity. And our president normally tells us that in the Father's house there are many rooms. I know many of you have done a good job, you are serious cadres, so we shall still work with you and move together to develop our country. Those who have gone through, I think about 22 in the whole country, very, very few. Very few. You continue serving our country, but also you people with all the expertise, kindly mentor the new leaders so that we are able to develop our country. You are aware, as a result of your effort to engage Operation Wealth Creation, we have got some programs like AgriLed, which is already in the Rwenzori area. And I was interacting with the chairperson. He says they're already moving. The money may not be adequate, but we have already started moving by developing some schemes, irrigation schemes and others. Markets are going to be developed, factories. So this is good. This was a result of you people engaging with Operation Wealth Creation. And we are saying we are going to move region by region so that we can have these economic efforts, the socio-economic transformation taking place in the different sub-regions. But I also want to salute you that you've been able to support the efforts of government in the development of the zonal artisanal industries, one of which I've seen here. I was in Napaka, I saw another one. We are talking about 18 or eventually 20. I want to conclude by saying that we need to focus mainly on issues of socio-economic transformation. The President and the Cabinet, we are coming up with the priority areas. And one of the key areas where we are going to focus is socio-economic transformation, so that we can avoid okulimira chida chonka, working for the stomach, which is still very, very high in many of our regions. And we can only do this if we are guided. I want to ask ULGA that the efforts that we started, we must continue with it, guide all these regions to come up with socio-economic activities where we have competitive advantage, so that we are able to produce for the market. Again, you are aware that as a ministry, we developed so many markets. They are in the municipalities, but these are still local governments. So can we now support our people to work so that the markets are active, the markets are taken advantage of? Even in Kasese here, we have a very, very good facility that we put up. But these should not be white elephants. Our people must be supported. You have technical people, especially the agricultural extension workers who are even up to sub-counties. Their impact is not yet felt. Friends, as leaders, can we task those technical people? You as accounting officers, let us task those technical people so that we can know how many households are transformed in a particular period. And we develop that value chain where our markets are utilized, but also handling the issues of post-harvest. Recently, you had the challenge that we had. Our maize being denied access to the market. Can we support the farmers to dry their maize properly and store it properly? Not only maize, but even all the other agricultural crops. Otherwise, we shall be edged out in the East African market, in the African market, in the world market. Friends, I want to end here. I want to wish all of you a good meeting, and I'm delighted to be part of this meeting. I want to thank you for a good job done, and we commit as a sector ministry that we shall continue doing our mandate of mentoring the local governments, lobbying for the local governments, advocating for the local governments. And we shall do that very, very well for God and my country. I therefore have the opportunity to officially declare this meeting open.
Thank you, our dear Honorable Minister. We really appreciate you are traversing this country. You almost reach every district, and that's why you know every chairperson. It's only remaining to know by name. At least you know all of them. Colleagues, in the program, we are now going to have a group photo with our minister, and then we'll convene for the next item, which will be presentation and review of the previous minutes of the GM and action memo for adoption by the SG.
I'll request our media team that's in charge of photography to please come and assist. Position us. I think the rain is done. We'll have to organize ourselves. So we are told to converge in the center. We'll put some few chairs in the front for the minister and the president. And we request that we move faster so that we can catch up with the time of the program. Let us converge here. Secretariat team, ushers, please bring us some chairs. Let's move, 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 move. This is a monumental picture. Please, we need you all in it. Ushers, please come forward and bring and position our banners. Secretariat team, ushers. So don't worry. Please keep on your masks. Keep on your masks. Keep them on. Thank you. I'm going to ask the ladies to stay behind and have a picture with Honorable Minister. We are working on a women leaders. No. We are working on a women leaders platform. Please. No. Please, gentlemen, support the ladies. That is your noble role. My chairman from Kisoro is a very good advocate.
I support Kadaga with all my heart.
Women leaders, please. Women leaders, please come forward. Women leaders. I need my chair finance there on a chair. We need women leaders here. We need women leaders in this picture. The dawn of a women's league in ULGA is coming. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. EXCOM with a minister. Sorry, Honorable. EXCOM, please, EXCOM. We must have this one, last one. Executive Committee, my President. EXCOM, Executive Committee. Thank you very much. Let us resume our seats, please. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister of State. Secretariat, let's have these chairs go back. Thank you so much for the picture moments. Mr. President, I'm being informed that the Deputy Chief Coordinator for OWC has arrived. I'm going to ask the Vice President Western to kindly go and receive him, accompanied by Miss Josephine Kalege Kusemerera. Thank you, VP. And the district chairperson, Kasese, is right with you. So I've been allowed by the President ULGA to continue with the agenda. And in your folders, there is a copy of the minutes of the ULGA 24th Annual General Meeting held at Les Lona Hotel in Moroto District on the 18th of February 2019. And equally, you should be in possession of the action memo derived from that minute. I will be reading them concurrently to facilitate the time that we have, and I hope they can both be received and approved at the same time. So in the copy of the main minutes on page 1, we take note of the agenda of that meeting, and we take note of the number of participants who were in that meeting. You should have received a copy of the participants distributed. And the first minute was on the presentation and adoption of the agenda. We went through the national anthem, the East African anthem, and prayers. That was minute 1. Minute 2, we were received by the host district chairperson of Moroto, who was also the vice president of Karamoja region then. Minute 3 was about a presentation on Operation Wealth Creation and issues around the ULGA memorandum with OWC, which was presented by the deputy CC then. And as he walks in, I think he can follow that from that interaction, there is an emerging minute for action. I'm sure he's listening, and I'm being careful to read it so that he can follow. We were discussing issues over the oversight role of district chairpersons in the implementation of OWC activities. And in there, district chairpersons, in terms of actions, were tasked to fulfill their commitment of actively leading in the general oversight and implementation of the OWC activities in their respective areas, as agreed in the MOU. In terms of progress, a task team was put up to engage with the OWC Secretariat. We worked with them. A roadmap was developed on how we shall implement the MOU. And we equally continue to work with Ministry of Local Government to pursue the implementation of the MOU with the Chief Coordinator. Of course, much of the progress was interrupted by the COVID pandemic. Deputy CC, we welcome you very much, Lieutenant Colonel, General Angela. Sorry. Minute 4, we received opening remarks from the chief guest then, who was the Honorable Minister of Local Government, Honorable Tom Botime. And the emerging action from that interaction was that there is need for collaboration between ULGA and the ministry to address the issue of inadequate funding for local governments, the inconsistencies in policies, laws, regulations, and guidelines, as well as the human resource capacity gaps. In terms of action, ULGA was tasked to strengthen the collaboration with the ministry, and where we are at today, we wish to report that we have built a strong relationship with the ministry. The Executive Committee has held a number of formal advocacy engagements with the Honorable Minister and the Permanent Secretary, and they have indeed yielded a number of positive results, and there is commitment on behalf of the members to continue in this direction. You've heard from the President's communication on the range of engagements we have held, for which we want to thank the ministry. And minute 5, we received a communication from the outgoing president, ULGA president, who is also the district chairperson of Ruengo. And from that interaction, there was note on the current laxity and low commitment by members to pay subscriptions to fund ULGA activities. and yet the demand for services continues. It was noted that it has negatively impacted on the functionality of the Secretariat and the association in general. So it was recommended that members should pay ULGA subscriptions promptly to enable the association achieve its mandates. Where are we today? We report that we are still not performing well and are currently realizing low collections in terms of subscriptions, performing at only 25% of the expected collection. Still, from that communication from the President, there was the issue of holding an extraordinary general meeting to complete the agenda items which were deferred at that time in Moroto in favor of conducting the elections. And it was agreed that it would be organized to complete the agenda led by the new executive. In terms of communication and progress, of course, anchored in the communication as well of the President, we note that this meeting could not be held due to budget limitations, challenges in securing a host district, but also interruptions of the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. Under the main minute 6 is about the election of members. We went into elections and we had, in terms of output, a new committee put in place, which is before you. And in terms of progress, they are performing their duties. Minute 7 was closure. And in closure, the emerging minute was about the hosting of the next AGM as a key action. We resolved to come to Kasese, and we are happy, as earlier reported, that Kasese district has followed through on its commitment and issued ULGA with an acceptance letter to host the AGM. Mr. President and members, I wish to submit the minutes for receipt and approval. I thank you.
Members, I think having had a presentation from the SG, can we now receive this document before we go into discussing it, whether these were the true proceedings? Yes.
Mr. Chair, I am Okea John, Speaker at Tororo District Local Government. I propose that we receive the minutes of ULGA for discussion.
Seconder.
Mr. Chair, Honorable Wanga Balam Frederick, District Speaker Nakasongola, I stand to second.
Very good, thank you. So we can now invite discussion from the submission given for approval. Are these two recordings, proceedings of the 24th AGM, so that we can be able to append our signatures? Someone to move a motion? Kao Wakizo?
Mr. Chair, I stand to move that these minutes be adopted as a true record of the proceedings of the 24th AGM.
Seconder. That is it. Speaker Bulambuli?
Yes, I'm seconding. I second the proposal.
Good, thank you.
Speaker Bulambuli.
I think now we can be able now to react if there is anything that you feel you need clarification. I think we can now go to the next. If there is nothing to be, that is where? Prophecy? Prophecy?
Mr. President, I'm Aguma Shongora Sylvester, Providence District Chairperson, and one of the survivors. My reaction is on 5.5 in the action memo. There is a lot of defaulting in paying the subscription. And Mr. President, I think it is not intended, but I think we are not considering what really happened. Aon was being paid when there were about 50 districts, but now the districts are about 146. There was no increment in the funding of the districts. What happened is dividing the little that the district was getting and they shared it with the new district. Similarly, it should have happened to our subscription, that we reduce that subscription maybe to 2 million so that the new districts and the poor ones are able to pay. As I speak, Mr. President, I don't think as the chairperson of Ruvirizi and my speaker, we are able to attend the next ULGA AGMs, simply because in the coming budget we have not been provided with any fund to facilitate us in going to attend this meeting. Now, I find it no point of paying a subscription for the association I'm not going to participate in. Therefore, I am suggesting that we reduce the amount of subscription to affordable fee so that every district and every sub-county is able to subscribe. And I also propose that all the dates are written off and we start anew.
Okay, we receive your submission, but it will be subjected for study on that submission.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, mine is just, it's on minute 6. Just a correction. My name is Titus. The way it was written here, in Lusoga it means chicken pupu. So I would beg that, I've never been chicken pupu, mavi ya kuku. My name is Titus Kisambira. So I beg that before the gods of Bujagali descend, let it be corrected to Titus Kisambira, not Kisabira.
Taken. We apologize for that error. Kabong.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister and President ULGA. I am called Engwar Damian, the Senior Assistant Secretary, Kalapata Sub-County, Kabong District Local Government. I stand here representing all my colleagues, the SARS, on the issue of motorcycles that the government is planning to give LC3s. One, the LC3s and the SARS, these are two children of local government and the government of Uganda. Now, the government of Uganda is deciding to give only the LC3s. What about the SARS? There is no funding for the motorcycles of the senior assistant secretaries. You give us millions of money for the sub-counties. How do I take them to the next parish? Where are you using my head They are using my bag. So I need to be riding. I need to be riding. Since we joined local government, we have never gotten funding for the motorcycles. So it's actually not auguring well. So we need to be put on the budget that when government is handing over the motorcycles to the LC3 chairpersons, we also need to be handed over hours there and then. Because tomorrow when you bring late hours, it means they will come, after theirs are broken down, they will rob hours. So we need all to be riding. When the LC3 chairperson is going to the parish B, I'm going to parish C, riding. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for raising that. It is a reminder that we are discussing both the President's speech and the minutes concurrently. So you're right to raise it. But I wanted to guide that we need to first receive the President's speech and the communication, then we're able to also react together with the minutes. So can I get a mover to do that noble cause? We need to receive the President's communication, then we discuss this alongside the minutes. Yes, my dear sister Chairperson. That is Tororo.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Before I receive, can I receive even the minister's communication so that we react up?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay.
Go on, please.
Mr. Chair, I therefore receive the President's communication, propose to receive the President's communication and the minister and the minutes for discussion.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Who is the seconder?
Mr. President, I second.
Thank you, Titus. We apologize for the chicken poo-poo, but also thank you for being alert to notify us of that mishap. So any other emergency, I can see, I can allow some more too, then we can. So I have one here and then another at the back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Richard Rwauhing is my name, Chairperson Kabarore, a member of ULGA. Mr. Chairperson, my problem is on the minutes from page 5 through to page 8, where an electoral committee was constituted and nominations were made, but no elections were held. It only stops at nominations, and there is no record capturing the election exercise and the results. I note it as an omission, Mr. President, which I think should be addressed if these minutes are to be valid and the current ExCom seated in the chair is to be valid. I observe, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that observation. And maybe the Secretary General would have to attend to that. But when you proceed to page 9, I can see under minute 6.9 a list of elected members of ULGA ExCom being provided as an attachment. So Secretary, take note of that. Otherwise, I may be here illegally, although I went unopposed. So any chairperson, Kasese? Secretariat, the chairperson is here. He's very short like me, you may not recognize him. So please step forward. Step forward. Thank you.
People of the mountain are always short. Mr. President, at page 6 of the communication of the ULGA president, he made a proposal presenting to us our Secretary General for validation for the period between 28th February 2019 to 27th February 2022. From that, I would like to move, Mr. President, that the Annual General Assembly does the validation. I beg to move, Mr. President.
I can see Kisoro is also a man from the hills. The height is not different from that of Kasese.
Mr. President, I'm standing to look at the action memo number 1 about OWC, and I'm happy that sector is well represented here.
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
I wanted someone to second what the chair Kasese before we move to another point. So thank you, Kisambira.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, sir, Rose Gamwera has been, her name has been put to us as Secretary General for validation. Mr. President, with due respect, I want to cite a few moments where the Secretary General, regardless of the hardships that are at the Naja House, has really stood very strong to support ULGA as an association. Mr. President, I would therefore second the motion, the proposal that has been brought, that we really validate and we give her another Kisanja, because she really needs to even now prepare for the new team of ULGA, which will be coming in. Continuity is really very, very, very important. And as Team Sembabule, we overwhelmingly second that let her be renewed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, my brother Ginger, Governor Ginger. I can now. Who aroused the Shongore? I mean, Rubiris again. Aguba Shongore.
Just correct that name.
Proceed. Aguba Shongorera, the microphone is off.
Nothing now. The proposal with the caution that we as members of ULGA to the general.
Maybe they changed the microphone. You are not audible.
That as the members of ULGA, we are the employers of the Secretary General. I want to appeal that probably when we are reacting to issues of ULGA, she should be humble enough applying our request, our contributions. She should respect lawyers.
The respect to do what?
In the way she responds, she should be a bit prudent.
Through phone calls, have you called her and you have maybe been, anyway, that aside?
I think that is personal. That's very personal. Perhaps we shall need to have some mediation session between the two. But I also approve of this important activity to approve her, because I'm one of the survivors and I need her around me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was coming to the area of OWC. I remember EXCOM represented us to OWC. We have talked about the vehicles, but that one was said it is still in negotiations, and my colleagues, some of them who are not going to make it, remain with only 1 month. I don't know what magic is going to take place from now up to June. But number two, the OWC marriage between ULGA and OWC, and that important discussion that took place, we don't know the update, and we are concerned. But personally, I also present the Operation Wealth Creation, agriculture, and the threat to natural resources. We are operating Operation Wealth Creation, but the threat to the lions, the threat to the gorillas is another issue I want to bring to the attention of this meeting, because as we create wealth, we are people are disgruntled, or they are not organized in such a way that they are threatening the natural resources they bring, that bring revenue to us. In Kisoro, we lost a very, very great friend called Rafichi, who was one of the oldest gorillas in Windi. Recently, we lost 6 lions. And when you go around why, it's that because people are poor, perhaps also disgruntled on how revenue is shared, and also they are there is a message in poverty and the destruction of natural resources. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I had seen Baram, let me receive that last one. That last one, then I peacefully hand over to the Secretary General to give her concerns, and also hand over to my president since he's back in the house.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ndiago Mabaram, District Ambara District Through Government. On communication from the President on page 7, as on the recommendation of operationalizing the cities, this one goes to the Honorable Minister, as we are in the time of laying and approving the budgets. We have the ministry created a 2 division per city. A case in Mbarara, we have North Mbarara and the South Mbarara, and then the City Council. These councils have not laid the budget. The councillors that were taken to the cities have never sat for any council. Even the existing municipal councils have not been sitting. So from this meeting, as political heads, our district chairperson should go with the guidance on how their budget, the budget approval laying will be conducted. I know in Bara they have not done anything. Lastly, Mr. President, on the elections, Speaker Karamoja is not captured as a regional speaker. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Speaker Karamoja in elections is not captured anywhere as speaker of this executive. Let it be corrected in the minutes.
Okay.
I thank you very much.
Thank you.
But one thing, Honorable Minister, the properties for local government to cities, it is an issue to negotiate as local governments, because these people, they failed to merge with us and don't enable us. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I want to take this minute to hand over to my president. He's back in the house. Mr. President, as you come, allow me to also request the SG to make some responses, some of the raised issues while you are away. So I am glad to peacefully hand over to you without any haggles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President and Chair, for the moment. I think most of the issues submitted on the floor were points for take-up and follow-up by the association working with the ministry. But in particular, I'll speak to my issue. And I'll start by thanking the President and the executive committee really for placing their confidence in me and accepting to work with me for these 2 years and giving me all the relevant support we needed through this most difficult terrain. Terrain in terms of our landscape as local governments, our financing has issues, our policy has issues, COVID didn't make it any easier. Whatever affects local governments affects the association. But with a strong hand of support of your current leadership, it has all been possible, and I want to thank them so much for even the recommendation made to this assembly for validation. Thank you so much, President. Thank you so much, Executive Committee members. I want to also, in that same vein, thank the Honorable Minister, through you, the Ministry of Local Government. It has also been a very strong hand of support, especially in terms of policy guidance, but also mentoring and also helping to navigate the landscape throughout these 2 years. It's been a different space working with the ministry, and I want to thank you so much. I want to thank the district chairperson of Kasese for having moved that motion, very important in my lifetime of my career. And to the chairperson of Ginger, Team Sembabule, Apoyo Matek. Thank you so much, I appreciate. I will continue to serve as always, and my motto has been even give better service. I love local governments. I'm passionate about them. I love you all as individuals. You're great people to work with. You give the challenges that make us think differently, innovate differently, but there are also very many hands of support. The cows, I'm speaking to you in this respect. So thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you till February, the time given. I appreciate. I think I'll hand over to the President to continue with the agenda of the day.
Responses, I think. General, do you have something to?
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to invite my commissioner, but he's not on his chair. Commissioner Susan Mujema is a resident of this area, is a native. So he came to receive you, but also to support you as ULGA. So I wanted him to answer, but if he's far, Commissioner, can you kindly answer the 3 issues? There are 3 issues. The motorcycles for the SAS, city councillors not sitting, therefore they have not laid their budget, and then sharing of properties between the cities and the districts.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. All protocol observed. My name is Susan Mujema, Commissioner for Local Councils Development in the Ministry of Local Government. Now, the issue of transport, Honorable Minister, transport equipment is being handled in a phased manner, given the budgetary implication of the equipment, because motorcycles alone for chairpersons at LC3 level are taking slightly above 20 billion. So after that, of course, we have the vehicles for district chairpersons are already demanding, because the ones we last procured are over 5 years on the road now. We have vehicles for district speakers. We have vehicles for mayors. We have vehicles for chief administrative officers. We have vehicles for town clerks of municipalities. And all that equipment is demanded because all those offices are very pivotal in service delivery in this country. So we are doing it in a phased manner. It's not that the senior assistant secretaries have been forgotten, but my brother, you'll agree with us that if we were to begin with senior assistant secretaries, it would be a big challenge. The good thing, it was raised by a technocrat, and you know that if you do not cater for your chairman first, you will definitely get issues in your council. So the chairpersons are being catered for, but that does not mean that the senior assistant secretaries will not be handled. We have all of that captured, but in a phased manner, we will handle each of those offices. We have just concluded, as the Honorable Minister rightly communicated, the procurement and distribution of stamps. So equipping our structures to be able to deliver services is a priority in the strategic plan of the ministry, and we remain committed to ensuring that the equipment is procured and given out. The second question, Honorable Minister and Chair, the council functionality of structures where new cities have been created. You realize, members, that since the creation of cities, I think we have now answered about 70% of the questions that were being raised. Because in the ministry, on an average, we are getting 6 cases in court over creation of cities when they had just been created. But many of those issues have now been answered. Most of the cases have either been lost or withdrawn, and we are progressing steadily to conclude even the few issues, and those few issues include the seating of the councils. We know that the amendment of the law of 2020, amendment of the Local Governments Act, removed interim councils. It outlawed interim councils. So we can no longer talk about interim councils handling the legislative aspect of the new cities. And we have guided, following that amendment, the position is that the higher local government council handles business for the new city, but also business for the district. We have situations in some other local governments, like in Arua, where the speaker of the district has gone to a new local government. Some members of the executive have gone to the city, others have gone to Terego, and what is remaining of the old executive is wondering how they are going to operate. And we are saying, in the transition, we are going to use the old council. Even the speaker of Arua, who should now be in the city, will be the speaker to chair the council to handle the budget issues of both the city and Arua district local government. So we are not going to have a vacuum, because these people were elected, their term of office is still running. Otherwise, we would be stuck if we go by thinking that, changes are happening, and therefore all the leaders cannot be able to make decisions. I mean, 80% of the district chairpersons would not be here. But since we have a term that is running, and the good thing is that the term runs, the swearing in will be done, and there's no gap at all. People will be sworn in, and thereafter, the old term will expire, and the new people will take charge. So we should not allow that gap, and whenever you get challenges, be free to engage the ministry. We'll be ready to work with you. Now, the last one, Honorable Minister and Chair, Mr. President, we guided on the sharing of properties. Unless there's a unique situation, because the guideline of how property should be shared between the new cities and the local governments was done in writing. And where you have a specific problem, you should be able to communicate to the ministry and will not hesitate to even move to your station and look at that specific challenge. We also guided on people who were transacting, selling of property, land owned by a district, now it belongs to a city, and the people are transacting, they want to turn it into something. We stopped such transactions. Whoever is doing it, of course, is doing it against the guideline of the ministry, and you should not hesitate to share information with us so that we can be able to intervene. Because why the hurry? We are talking about 2 months. Why should you be selling today when the 2 months are elapsing a few weeks from now? And the government, that local government, that city is a going concern. It will not end today. It's not going to close shop tomorrow. If there is a good idea, it can be discussed and get the records of the meeting of council, but implementation can always be done at an appropriate time without casting doubt on on the transaction. I want to thank you, Honorable Minister, and conclude by pledging once again that we are operating an open door policy. Do not hesitate to have a one-on-one discussion whenever a challenge that is unique comes by. I thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, I just want to have a quick reaction to particularly the response. Mr. President, I want to state that we have, Madam Minister, received almost similar responses over time to the issues that we raise. The citizens have spoken, and I don't know whether Mr. Minister and the Commissioner realizes that 126 chairpersons did not come back. And the reason is service delivery. When I heard the Commissioner responding the way he was responding, I started asking myself, who is letting down who? For me, I would have expected that if you want different results, you do something different. We knew this would come. And this is the reason we kept on reminding the central government, of which the Minister of Local Government is actually representing, that things are not well. Service delivery is not well down there. So, Minister, we are talking about money. That buying vehicles is very expensive. But we have also heard and read money going into things that are not as relevant as service delivery is to the continuity of the regime. We feel a little concerned. Yes, for us, many of us are going, but government remains, and our efforts must remain. We are sure if things go the same way, again 130 will go like we have gone. Because the citizens are not getting a feel of service delivery. Those who should offer services are not adequately facilitated to monitor. They are not adequately facilitated to offer extension services. They are not adequately facilitated and motivated to serve. But as we respond to these issues, we respond to them the way we used to so many years back. For me, I think we need to commission a research and do things differently. Otherwise, if we continue responding to issues the way, if the ministry continues to respond to issues the way they are being responded to, we are risking this government. And for me, I speak not my words but their words. As an EXCOM, we are bashed always by them, and I hear they are clapping as if not. And from here they will say you people are not speaking. We want to speak while they are listening. And they should understand that the people we speak to sometimes are reluctant to take our issues. So it's not us, it's those we deliver their message to that are not responding adequately. We talked up last point. When we talk about these DMCs, the vehicles, somebody may not know the context, may even imagine that we are speaking because we want to go away with the vehicles. But I want you to imagine a district chairperson who has served 5 years, sacrificed 5 years, cannot afford with 1.75 to even buy a motorcycle for himself. Served diligently, and after the 5 years goes and begins to beg for a transport, and you continue saying you people are very important, you are very important, you have served, and we will continue to recognize. This is not the way we should be recognized. Aren't you concerned when you see a chairperson? You remember the one of Tororo, the bigger Tororo, how he suffered with the Tororo. He died walking on the road, just walking. He would walk from Tororo to go and get some friends who would give him some little money. Bujiri, the pioneer chairperson of Bujiri, served Bujiri diligently. He ended up moving on a border until he passed on, tortured psychologically, emotionally, but also physically. Our mother ministry should be concerned about this. Deputy Coordinator, Operation Wealth Creation, you should be concerned about this. Because we can't speak about wealth creation of our others when ourselves are actually working. How do you expect us to continue speaking about, you guys, wealth creation? And I tell you, we still have people who believe in us. Thank you so much for listening.
So I think Governor Iganga and Vice President Easton has said it all. I don't need to dilute that in our message. So I want now to invite the Deputy OWC, General Angina, to give explanation and also give us some hopes on how we should create wealth after now going home.
Honorable Minister, who is our guest of honor, the President of ULGA, my uncle Joseph Lomonyang, the Vice President of ULGA, Patrick Kayemba, the Secretary General of ULGA, Madam Gertrude Gamwera, our host, Chairperson of Kasese District, ULGA Executive Committee members, distinguished members of ULGA, Regional Coordinator of Operation West Creation, Rwenzori Region, the district. Can you stand up for recognition? Brigadier General Philip Mugarura. The district coordinator, Operation West Creation of Kasese, Colonel Medi Baguma, stand up for recognition. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, invited guests, the media fraternity, good afternoon. I bring you very warm greetings from General Salim Saleh, the Chief Coordinator of Operation West Creation. He had wished to be with us here because there are a number of issues that we needed to engage under this opportunity, but because of other national engagement, he sent me to come and represent OWC, and the OWC fraternity recognizes this important AGM and sends you warm greetings. I want to begin by first of all congratulating all of us for being still alive when COVID hit the whole world, and so many people, including people whom would think have more medical insurance than all of us, but we lost them. But this great God has kept us alive, and I believe we have a very strong purpose in which He has reserved us to perform. I want to congratulate ULGA for achieving this other milestone of celebrating the 24th annual general meeting. And it's my prayer that God will give us the calmness and the resolute to have this AGM very peaceful, unlike the one we had in Le Solana Hotel in Moroto. I was wondering whether I should come because the other time I survived narrowly. Maybe we would have somebody else this time to represent OWC in this great assembly. But I want to believe we took quite great lessons, and this time shall have a very peaceful one. So the first thing I wanted to raise in line with the things that will remain outstanding challenges from the time we built this very strong relationship, OWC and ULGA and local government ministry. The first one is that we come here to show solidarity with ULGA and the Ministry of Local Government, and to clearly affirm that this solidarity and the relationship we have built over time will not be shaken, and we shall continue to work very closely and ensure that our services to the very deserving people will be eventually achieved with our working together closely. Number two, we have had a change in the leadership of the Ministry of Local Government. We worked very closely with our own Honorable Minister Kano Butime, who moved to tourism from the last time we met. Now we have been blessed with yet another minister, Honorable Raphael Magezi, but our Honorable State Minister has remained to be the encyclopedia, and that is good for us, that we have continuing to hold that fort. And I congratulate her for surviving this very terrible tsunami of a very tough elections. May we put our hands together, because she has also survived that tsunami. I can see the people who have a nugu. Your clapping did not impress me at all, as if what I'm talking about was a simple thing. I thank God that she made it, and may she continue to represent us very well and the people that we all jointly want to transform. We are coming as OWC to again clearly identify one outstanding issue that we have not resolved, and that is the issue of the MOU. We signed an MOU, and just like when we knew it is not going to survive us capturing what we intended to achieve for ULGA, with the blessing of the president, but we're all in the entire OWC and the ULGA. None of us was so prophetic enough to warn us that there's going to be COVID, and that COVID is going to change totally the budget, which was peaceful time budget, to a wartime budget. You will agree with me that we are invited to be in the means of finance to look at all possible ways in ensuring that we have a budget that addresses the wartime budget, because COVID is a war, and COVID changed the way we do things. And these days we talk of the new normal. That means the way we used to do things can no longer be done. For that reason, the president himself said, and the cabinet, and Honorable Minister will be my witness here, it was clearly said that we must have priorities over priorities, and one of them, which was very critical, and I would wish to mention it, Honorable Minister, is that we must survive. That was the first requirement, we must survive. Now, if we are to survive, it means we must live out many of the things that we had planned to do. And in our responsibility to survive, the President said we must look at the 9 critical requirements of Ugandans. And those 9 critical requirements of Ugandans, the President said we must look at food in order to ensure we have food security. Is that correct or not correct? Now, in food security, we have a living example of one of our closest neighbors, that is Sudan, Khartoum. The president, who is a very strong general who had fought and held the country very well, was removed because of food situation. Was removed because the cost of the bread became too high. And it was not the military coup or what, but it was the war of bread. So that is a critical thing, and the president has addressed that that should be our priority number 1. People must have food. People must be able to have food security. The second one is that we must have clothing. When I was moving here, I've seen that nobody happened to come without clothing. Everybody was dressed. And you can even forget to see who is who near you, because people are dressed this day even up to their mouth, their nose. So the dressing has become even a new fashion, a new normal. The third thing was that we must ensure that everybody has a shelter. We must be sheltered. When this weather condition changed, I'm sure those ones who know how to pray to avert the rain began to pray, because this function could even be totally messed up if there's no shelter. But because we had some tents and where we are, at least we can be able to continue with the function even when it starts to rain. So shelter was number 3. Number 4 was education, and purposed for human development. This is very key, because there are countries in this world, like Japan, they do not have any other natural resources at all, but they're able to survive, develop, and become economy number 3 out of human capital development, and that is in line with education. So the President and Cabinet recognize that we must have that in place. Number 5 is defense and security. Defense and security is that once that is not in place, you do not even have people who want to come and invest in a country that is almost a failed state or already a failed state. People want to come where they know the investment will be secured, the stability, which at this point I will be gladly asking you all to appreciate our daughters and sons in the UPDF for the great work they've done in bringing stability and security in Uganda and the countries in our region. The 5th one, or the 6th one? The 6th one is infrastructure development. We need to have integrated infrastructure development in order to be able to make business affordable. Because if the cost of businesses is expensive, people would prefer to go elsewhere. But our roads so far are good, from border to border, from one nation to the other nation. We are properly connected on tarmac road. But we need to do more in order to reach out other productive areas with very strong and great infrastructure. Number 7 was to do with health. A sick country a sick community performs less and eventually can fail even the other first 6 areas I've already mentioned. So we must work around the clock to ensure we are healthy. And even right now, we salute the cabinet, the president of the cabinet, for bringing in the vaccine because they want us to remain healthy in order to grow in our development and also to grow in the programs that we want to do to transform our country. Number 8, it is medicine. There's a very big distinction between health and medicine. When you're not well, you need medicine. But the concept here was that we need to have self-sufficiency in the medicine. Most of pharmaceutical industries pick organic materials from a country like Uganda, and they go and process it, and when it comes back, it's extremely expensive. We have the traditional knowledge about some of these roots, leaves, how it can be very great medication to us. But we avoid that and go to the one which is processed. But we can process ours in the same way and be able to support other countries. We would not even have trees, would not have leaves, if they are living in desert area. We would be the source of that medicine to ourselves and the countries that do not have the advantage of the greenage this country has. That in itself brings about the issue of import substitution. We spend a lot of money bringing in this medication, and yet we would be exporting and spend nothing on terms of what we import. The last one, which is number 9, need, that strategical need that the president said we must focus ourselves, is the issue of spirituality. The people say, some leaders don't recognize that God is important, and to have that linkage with the God is crucial. The president and his cabinet came out clearly to say we need God and we need this spirituality in all that we do. So having said that, you now know why the MOU could not come in, because the MOU was not listed amongst the priorities that we could be able to address for now. But we recognize as OWC and us being also given the responsibility to work with the Ministry of Finance to ensure we continue to prioritize. The Baganda have saying to Mugabiti Sera, we shall work around the clock to see that the MOU, which is part of us, we shall not Sarah it. It will be able to happen in due course. Now, we also need to recognize that we have so many things that we would want to champion, but the cabinet and the ministry agreed that we should be able to quickly identify which particular vehicle we can use, which particular strategy can we use to reach the last person. We have always had efforts by the center, planning and executing from the center, working with the Ministry of Local Government to ensure that we try to reach the very local persons. But like all of you have said, the services have not been adequate, and it has caused us to lose very great leaders who have worked very well with us, whom would have wanted to have continuity and sustainability of this effort. We lost because there was no better service delivered. But this time around, it has been agreed that to take the last mile in efforts of reaching the last person has been the model known as parish development model. So the parish development model is what we all should work very hard to ensure we achieve it. How are we going to achieve it? We are going to achieve this model if we are going to recognize that those people whom all the time we plan, we say their priorities are unfunded priority. When General Saleh came to this region, he sacrificed all his plans and engagement. He came and stayed in this region for 7 months. And in that 7 months, he found that there are local government priorities that had not been funded for more than 10 years. But it's recognized and captured in document. It is unfunded priority. It's unfunded priority. It's unfunded priority. And the local people continue to miss that service, which was identified by the local entities of local government. And the argument was that they lack capacity, that they are corrupt, and so forth. But we have investigated and found that that's not true. It is the way of neglecting the key area that can bring the transformative gains that we have alluded as for many years. So in this venture, therefore, we are going to have an effort to ensure everything goes through directly to the parish. OWC is supposed to work with the means of local government, to work with the ULGA to ensure we champion the resources going directly, the resources in terms of cash, which has always been lacking, going directly. If somebody says they lack capacity, send the capacity to them. We had pleaded that this time around we should have 100 million going to each parish. But like I told you, that there was limitation in terms of the budget because of COVID, and for that reason, it has been cut down to 41 million per parish. The cabinet in the last sitting had authorized 61 million Uganda shillings per parish. But because of other demands that came, the subcommittee of cabinet, which is chaired by the Minister of Finance, were able to adjust it, and it came to 41 million per parish. I think that is a good start. Where there was nothing, now there's at least 41 million coming. And it will be our duty to prove that we can effectively begin to bring a change with 41 million per parish, and therefore scale it up in the coming financial years. By the time we come to the end of this 5 years of the NDP3, certainly there will be, you will be feeling the monies in parishes and villages. But what we have been having is that you would find that even if you looked for just 100,000 in a village, you do not get it. When you go to the parish, you cannot even find 1 million. Even if you worked hard, how you will not be able to raise 1 million in a parish. But now, 41 million is coming to every parish. It's a good start. Now, this is a very clear objective that we work with our parishes to focus. The cabinet and the president have agreed that we should be able to choose particular production line, that we should grow from cottage to full industries. And in doing that, we must know which crops have been identified. If you don't, your people will be growing what may not be able to get the direct support of what has been budgeted for. So to guide them properly, and I believe your area may not miss 3 or 4 of these. Don't scatter and try to do everything. You will not be able to get enough products in order to attract even a cottage industry. Honorable Minister, if you may allow me to read quickly the product lines of the enterprise crops that have been chosen. The first one is maize. I believe 3/4 of the country can grow maize, and that is number 1 product. Number 2 is beans, which we can also be able to grow up till it attracts industries that processes beans to different products. Number 3 is bananas. of recent we have been told even the stems of bananas can bring very good fiber, and that fiber can make very good products, which we have always left it just to be manure, and it rots away like that. Cassava is number 4, and there's quite a lot of products that can come out of cassava. Millet has also been identified as a holy food. It has very many benefits and nutrition. So that's number 5. Number 6 is Irish potatoes. Number 7 is sweet potatoes. Number 8 is sugarcane. Number 9 is cattle for dairy. Number 10 is cattle for beef. Number 11 is coffee. And coffee is a very great beverage. Our colonial masters were telling us coffee is not good for ladies, coffee is not good because it will give you to have heart attack and so forth. They encourage us to drink tea, and they took coffee because coffee has better benefits than tea. For the ladies, when you take coffee, you don't age quickly because it has a lot of anti-aging components. And for men, when you take coffee, you have extra energy to do more than you do, and so forth. And it also averts some cancer-related diseases. Then the other, number 12 is tea. Number 13 is cocoa. Number 14 is fish. And that is where the president had stopped in his communication on the 15th of February to cabinet, and his earlier communication to SEC and other engagements. He had stopped at 14 production lines. But the special cabinet committee were able to increase these production lines to 18. So the additional ones are cotton, then rice, macadamia, cashew nuts, and I'm told they're working hard to include avocado, but especially hash avocado, which has a lot of benefit and highly on demand. Honorable Minister and the President of ULGA, the committee that has been working very hard to ensure that we have this day very colorful the way it is, I stand to reiterate again that we are going to champion these efforts together, and the OWC will ensure that what we are deciding in the MOU will be fulfilled as soon as our situation in the revenue collection and in the economic development gives us opportunity to champion and implement our MOU. Otherwise, everything was cleared and we are good to go. It's only the resources that is holding us back. With that, I wish to end there and wish this new year that we are starting under this framework better results, so that next year when we celebrate the next AGM, we shall have better report to give than this one. May God bless all of you, and I wish you great liberation.
Thank you, General, for the elaborate presentation. On you on the time, but when you are giving your submission, the message was entering, and I was just defeated. I said, let him continue till he ends. So I think, members, we have had it all on OWC
I now want to call upon the Vice President Western, Chair Kabale, to present the paper on the approval and then the approval of the executive report.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government, the representative of the Permanent Secretary, President ULGA, fellow Executive Committee members, the Honorable Members of Parliament in absentia, ULGA members in this August Assembly, our development partners, the representative of the participant ministries, departments, and agencies, the ULGA Secretariat, invited guests, the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. Today marks an important time for we, your executive leadership, on whose behalf I'm privileged to stand here today and provide you, the member local governments of ULGA, with our performance report as the executive leadership duly elected by the ULGA AGM held in Moroto in February 2019. Allow me to thank the entire executive committee led by our president ULGA, Mr. Joseph Lumonyang, for executing this noble leadership task in the most challenging times, but never giving up. The report I am about to present cover our performance for the financial 2019-2020, including the prior period March of June 2019 and the first 3 quarters of the financial 2021. It is largely guided by ULGA's annual work plan and budget against planned outputs and targets drawn from the strategic corporate plan. Our actions have also been guided by the current policy issues that required ULGA's mandate intervention in terms of advocacy and engagement with the central government for an appropriate response. Given that you have heard from our President's communication, our highlights in terms of work done at policy, advocacy, and presentation level, allow me to dwell more and go into the specifics of oversight for the general management of the association's mandate, as well as the Secretariat operations and activity implementation. Part 1, you have this in your folders, ladies and gentlemen. Part 1, management of the Secretariat, its operations and activities. The ULGA Constitution provides for a Secretariat and another organ of the association that holds the mandate and responsibility to implement the policy recommendations and actions of the annual general meeting. Its actions are funded by a budget that is sourced in the principle through membership subscriptions. The association executive leadership, supported by the Secretariat, holds prime responsibility to mobilize additional resources from development partners and well-wishers. A full financial performance report shall be presented to you after this report by our chairperson of the Executive Finance and Management Committee, Madam Marion the Cow Changwanzi. Human resource staffing. ULGA Secretariat is currently serviced by a total of 12 staff. In terms of retention of services, all staff have been issued with 3-year employment contracts. The team is comprised of the Secretary General, Madam Rose Gamwera, the Membership and Institutional Development Manager, the Training Officer, the Revenue Mobilization Officer, the Project Accountant, the Accounts Assistant, the Executive Assistant, the Procurement Assistant, the Front Desk Assistant, the IT Assistant, and the Office Assistant, and a driver. The reporting period has been characterized by staffing challenges at the Secretariat due to lack of inadequate budget to ensure competitive retention and remuneration of Secretariat staff. We have been operating with support of volunteers, which affects commitment levels and efficiency of staff in question. We as a subcommittee have since recommended to the Secretary General to issue new 3-year term contract for all staff, informed by appraisal of performance. Uganda Local Government Association is also heavily indebted to staff, old and new, in terms of outstanding gratuity and salary remuneration. This has resulted in legal claims for payment, both old and new. We are currently behind in terms of salary remittance by 8 months salary deficit. And we are all aware of the current economic situation, ladies and gentlemen. Due to the perpetual inadequacies in subscription inflows, the association remains incapable of meeting its contribution towards the salary budget, hence increasing its indebtedness towards payee and NSS contributions. This situation also continues to place in an unfavorable situation with URA and NSSF, given that we file returns that result in an increasing recorded obligation in statutory obligation areas. Program and activities and under programs, ULGA continues to collaborate as a partner to EU DINU program and Action Aid Uganda. The Secretariat also continues to pursue a new collaboration under DGF, has completed conducting a funding pre-assessment exercise and feedback on the ULGA proposal provided a week back. What remains is approval of the revised proposal for contracting purposes. More recently, ULGA is in receipt of a communication from CLGF Secretariat about incoming support for a lead pilot program for Uganda worth 100,000 euros. Of this amount, 5,600 euros shall be dedicated to ULGA Secretariat activities, and 4,400 is to be dedicated to activities for pilot local governments of Mukono, Mpigi, Makindye, Sebagabo municipality. In the areas of lead implementation, capacity assessments, policy development and advocacy, skills training to strengthen lead program implementation, as well as lead peer learning and community engagement platforms. Other activities held during the reporting period, in addition to the highlighted governance and policy advocacy and representation engagements shared in the President's communication for the reporting period, the following activities have been implemented. With support to ULGA under EU DINU program in 2019, we were able to conduct a training of trainers in the policy analysis, interpretation and implementation for resource team for Northern Uganda, which has provided ULGA and the local governments with a training curriculum and a resource pool that can be used to tap into whenever need for such training at local government level arises. This was followed with a training of action district and municipal executive committees from the district of Adjumani, Arua, Pakwach, Kole, Moyo, and Moroto municipality in policy development and monitoring and evaluation. A key recommendation for ULGA from the training is to provide this critical knowledge at the beginning of term of office of the political leaders and ensure active participation of the office of Chief Administrative Officer. In addition to these activities, ULGA also organized and held a Northern Region Dialogue meeting that was held in Nirira at Pauline Hotel, which ran from the 16th to 18th of December, the year of our Lord 2019, which addressed the discussed key emerging issues from the implementation of DINU project. emerging concerns arising out of the local government performance assessments and implication for service delivery, service delivery improvement, identified northern region concerns for integration into the local government sector, as well as key regional development programs or issues that can be targeted by the local government sector. The dialogue further generated recommendations for the local government sector to ensure its effectiveness and full benefit for the northern region, and also offered an opportunity for ULGA to discuss and provide feedback to members on the work of the association. As a part of the policy advocacy research, ULGA undertook an analysis of the local budget performance, where it was realized that for the financial year 2018-2019, there has been a sharp decline of local revenue projections at district level by 28% and 23% for municipalities between the year 2017-2018 and 2018-2019 financial years. This has led to a decline in the contribution of local revenue to the entire district budget from 3% to 2%. The analysis further demonstrated that local raised revenue are largely utilized on administration, finance, and statutory bodies. The implication was that only 1% of the district locally raised revenue is allocated on development expenditures and 0.0% allocation for municipalities. The budget analysis findings and the performance dashboard as outputs of this exercise remain relevant for informing government, partners, and stakeholders on what it takes to empower local government institutions to deliver and be effective drivers of local development. ULGA, in collaboration with the NGO Forum and the OPM SDG Secretariat, commissioned activity with an SDGs design workshop that was held in Irira between the 5th to 7th of September 2019. The workshop was intended to prepare a select team of political and technical officials, constituting not only a platform for information gathering and dissemination, but a forum where the strategic direction and plan for the localization of Dinu project district for a detailed SDG awareness raising and localization agenda was also set. This intervention kicked off with a design meeting that was held on 12th December 2019 in Iguru for the target beneficiary groups that included both participants from the local governments as well as civil society. ULGA, together with the NGO Forum under the Dinu program support, conducted a design meeting for community facilitators for the SDG Tondeka campaign, developed an operational plan for the NADEF development strategy, worked with the ministry on the local government sector strategy, in which process the issues generated in the Northern Dialogue meeting in Irira are being reviewed for strategic alignment with the local sector plan and NDP3, local government sector paper, and development through reprinting and producing IC materials for the SDG awareness program, which have been handed over to UNCDF for use in the Dinu districts. ULGA also participated in the conduct of an assessment of the SDGs localization process at local government level, which process equally fed into the East Africa Local Government Platform study on the same subject that was held in early February, the year overall 2020. Implementation of Action Aid Agenda Partnership activities. Towards the end of April in early June 2019, Action Aid Uganda held joint activities with ULGA by holding a meeting for selected officials from its project district starting on 28th-29th April 2019, with an interface meeting to generate harmonized actions for improving quality public service in Pakwach, followed by a media advocacy engagement held in Irira district and where the Northern Region speakers were supported to engage in key issues of concern, and also held on 8th to 9th March 2019. Under the same DGF program, the peer learning exchange visit for selected local governments in the area of local revenue generation was also held in the Guru district. And we further held an engagement on alternative revenue stream held on Fairway Hotel in Kampala that was held in September 2019, and another one in September 2020, where representatives discussed new and alternative approaches for local government that can be used to generate local revenue, identified practices that will continually build local government mandates for increasing revenue generation and train them with development practitioners outside Uganda, and also developed an action plan and roadmap for operationalization of the identified local government revenue sources for effective and efficient delivery of quality public services in Uganda, as well as resolved to adopt regional development approaches. A breakfast meeting was also held on 4th of October 2019 by ULGA, supported by Action Aid Uganda, and was attended by the Minister of State for Finance and Local Government, respectively. One salute the ministers for their presence and the day deliberations that have emerged effectively. The policymakers and legislators at national level were informed and aligned to the common understanding of the current challenges arising out of the current impediments to local government service delivery, the fiscal decentralization, and public finance management reforms. Action Aid International Uganda, in partnership with Uganda Local Government Association, Advocates Coalition for Research and Development, that is ACCOD, and Corruption Coalition Uganda, that is ACCU, the Media Fraternity and Makerere Institute of Social Research held a retreat that discussed and agreed on strategic advocacy direction for ULGA in line with critical service delivery constraints. The retreat provided a platform for information and experience sharing. There was also a reflection and an assessment for the 2019 Alternative Revenue Diversification Roadmap and generating a strategic plan for engagement with the key national stakeholders in the year overall 2020. As part of the national commemoration of the public service delivery in Nebi district local government, ULGA participated in a service delivery marathon where ULGA Northern leadership committed to support advocacy efforts at the regional level. And during this event, the Ministry of Public Service committed to reviewing the salary structure of all civil servants. On the 25th of June 2020, Action Aid in collaboration with the ULGA, the local government leaders and civil society organization held a webinar with the theme, Action Today, Impact Tomorrow, Innovating and Transforming Public Service and Institutions to Realize the Sustainable Development Goals. The webinar explored and engaged in a reflection on issues affecting local government service delivery during the COVID-19 pandemic and how to counter them. These days, webinar and Zoom are the words of the day. And IT must also provide for how we need also to be on the same page, friends. The above event was followed in October 2020 by an Action Aid Uganda and ULGA collaboration with civil society organization, the representatives of local and central government, physical and online retreat to discuss the meeting's recommendations and commitments on improving local government service delivery during COVID-19 pandemic, and later a strategic planning retreat for ULGA Executive Committee was held in December 2020 on the next actions for 2021, including a review of the new ULGA corporate direction come 2021. In addition to the above, with the support of Action Aid Uganda, the Executive Committee has been able to hold press conferences, television talk shows to profile local government funding issues, governance, and other identified constraints that hinder local government in service delivery of quality public service in our country, Uganda. ULGA Secretariat actively participated and contributed to the local government sector working group meeting organized by the Ministry of Local Government that approved the local government sector strategic investment plan. One major recommendation is the need for the investment plan to reflect the interventions and actions of all sector actors beyond the ministry departments and local government finance commission. This means that the plan must reflect activities and interventions by the associations, civil society actors in the sector, and the private sector and development partners. Secretariat has also been heavily invested in consultations to support UCLG Africa. The consultant and ULGA have compiled a compendium of key reference policy documents and an analytical report for use by ULGA during the upcoming engagements with European Union. Currently, UCLGA, the Euro Director, is working on the issues paper, which will be used by the Executive Committee to engage with European Union. And we also plan to work with the EU delegation in Uganda and CLGF on the roadmap on how local governments will be involved in the programming for support to Uganda. The Office of the Secretary General has continued to strive to provide visibility to ULGA through managed presence at Secretariat and online social media engagements. In addition, leverage has been made of our contracts with the Media Fraternity, the contacts with Media Fraternity, and the Secretary General and President have rendered voice on radio and in media print on the current affairs around the COVID response and the role of local governments. I want to salute this Assembly, Madam Secretary General, for giving a consideration of what has been just passed. And I want to salute the President. Even when we were sitting in this meeting, he took a minute to go and address the press on the television. That also speaks volumes. The key identified emerging issues and challenges, ladies and gentlemen. Our tenure of office has not been without its challenges. However, the most pertinent and critical area that must be addressed by this General Assembly is the need to improve funding for ULGA by its members. Our ULGA Constitution, under Article 15, Part 7, obliges members to have the ULGA budget provided for by membership subscriptions and annual fees on a scale agreed on by the AGM. Therefore, the Chair Rubirizi, here comes your concerns, but very, very carefully calculated, given the prevailing circumstances. Our current laxity and low commitment levels threaten ULGA's solvency, evidenced by the current outstanding accruals amounting to a staggering total of 8.2 billion Uganda shillings. Looking at the projected annual collection of 1.4 billion, this picture presents the fact that a general calculation shows that members have not funded the ULGA actions for at least 6 at 5 years. In the circumstances, allow me to commend the executive leadership and Secretariat for the commitment and perseverance to serve under such a deplorable circumstances. Mr. President, and the rest of local government fraternity, I take this singular honor to salute the resilience that has been exhibited. There is also need to forge more unity and cohesion amongst ourselves, and this remains very, very key. As members, we must work on speaking with one voice. Correct that word with me, it's not voice. With speaking with one voice, and devise methods of amicably handling conflicts between members and the various organs of the association. Emerging issues. The 2016 local government elections ushered in new office bearers, most of whom do not fully comprehend the role of ULGA and their obligations as members. This continues to raise members' expectations beyond ULGA's mandate. There is therefore a need to plan and also conduct and sensitize members on the role of ULGA, the members' expectations, as well as their obligations. Honorable Minister, I'm talking of 2016, but now 2021 has again ushered a new set of leaders whose expectations are very, very high amidst the dwindling resources at local government level for planning. If these members are not well inducted in time, I pity the cows, because what will be going through, the set of leaders are going out, but they have been well versed with the circumstances in local governments. So I want to request that the induction of these members should take immediate effect if we have got stable councils. Further to the above, we have received new councillors following the recent concluded local government elections. It is imperative that the ministry plans and budgets for their timely induction to avoid the setbacks experienced at the onset of our term of office, where it comes to executing our leadership responsibilities. 3, the annual planned activities are greatly imbalanced across ULGA's thematic area as laid out in strategic corporate plan. This is due to the fact that the association largely relies heavily on donor funding. We therefore call for increased payment of annual membership subscription to enable the association have discretion on the priority areas of expenditure. 4, ULGA indebtedness as a result of increasing subscription areas is stifling its operations and exposing it to the threat of legal action from the service providers and the former employees. 5, the need to rebuild and strengthen the Secretariat by ensuring availability of skilled human resource with a stable remuneration and attractive package and adequate tools and equipment. 6, need to invest in an effective strategy of the sustainability of the association and its activities, and mobilizing funding investment, which includes completion of ULGA House, capitalizing the local government consulting group, and ULGA Circle. 7, the sector has continued struggling with ongoing reforms in the public finance management architecture. This has been manifested in the delayed releases from the central government that consequently affects membership subscription to the association. Allow me to turn to the recommendations of the Executive Committee to this assembly here in Kasese. From the above report on performance, we have the honor as the Executive Committee to lay the following proposed recommendations for your consideration and approval, dear delegates. 1, that this General Assembly receives the annual executive report, which is supported by the detailed annual activity report for the financial 2018-2019 and 2019-2020 that have been disseminated electronically for your consideration, discussion, and approval. 2, to commission the executive committee to compile and present at the next AGM amendments to the ULGA constitution, including review of the size and composition of the ULGA executive committee to give it a more visible blend of representation between the political and technical officers, and making provision for an advisory council of elders that will include former political and technical leaders having served in key positions of the association. 3, that this honorable AGM recommends to the ministry to ensure provision by government of a budget for the timely induction of the new councillors. 4, the annual general meeting approves the recommendation to have the executive committee determine a criteria to be set for nominating representatives to key boards, commissions, and government agencies, key of which must be minimum education qualification at the level of ordinary Uganda certificate of education, knowledge and experience in the theme or subject area for the very deployment. 5, that the Ministry of Local Government works closely with the association to secure reforms for the Public Finance Management Act, that and the full implementation of Chapter 11 of the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as amended, and if rejected, mark my words, and if rejected by the Cabinet, the association pursues the necessary and appropriate legal action in the courts of law to unlock the challenges that negatively impact on the effective delivery of local services to the people of Uganda. Our chief administrative officers, Mama Minister, are being reduced. I don't know to what I can explain. They have no paying powers. They only initiate and wait for a mere desk officer to perform his duty. If she or he does not do it, the cow and the members of the council whose budget is being implemented remain onlookers. 6, the AGM recommends that the government of Uganda invests in building the capacity of local governments to embrace the new digital regime and promote the concept of e-governance, which build capacity for institutional effectiveness and cost efficiency. This will boost the communication function, both internal and external, of the local government institutions as well as our association. Conclusion. The Executive Committee continues to navigate its way around the office amidst numerous constraints, key being effective funding of ULGA's mandate. We therefore call upon you members to remain true to your responsibilities and obligations under ULGA Constitution. I urge you members to remit your subscription payments to ULGA and avoid keeping the association in a vicious cycle of increasing arrears, which is one of the key problems that has resulted in a lot of confusion regarding financing of our association ULGA. The fact that local governments continue to accumulate aggravated amounts of arrears at the expense of running the association's ongoing concerns places our institution on the unfavorable position of increasing liabilities that we must address as institution owners. We must resolve to do things differently going forward and be responsive to the constitutional obligations. I want to thank you, our dear delegates, for unity and efficiency of local governments. I'm Patrick Messi Jekeiwa, the district chairperson. Kabale District Local Government, and Vice President, Uganda Local Government Authorities, Western Uganda. Much obliged.
Thank you, Patrick, for the elaborate presentation. Members, I would now request that we receive this executive report before we discuss. Richard, Chair Kabarole.
Brenda, please move faster. And kindly position yourselves close to the delegates so that we can move.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having received this executive report from the ExCom, I move that we receive it for discussion at this AGM of 29th March 2021.
Seconded, Mr. President.
Discuss. I'm requesting for a little amendment. If you see this item of the budget speech, I would request that we first handle the auditors, and then we can now be able to discuss together with the exact report.
Mr. President, as the auditor comes forward, allow me to introduce Mr. Ernest from Jasper Semo Associates, who has provided us with the audit services since they continued since the approval in the Ambara AGM, and have taken us through the next 2 years audits as well. You're welcome.
Honorable Minister of State for Local Government, ULGA Executive Committee members, ULGA members in this August House, the Kasese District Chairperson, and your executive, the ULGA Development Partners, ULGA Secretary General and your staff, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nsereko Ernest. I'm representing Jasper Semo and Associates, who have been the auditors for ULGA for the period to 30th June 2019. We have been the auditors for the previous 4 years. During this assembly, I'm reading a report for just the 3 years. It's going to be a summary. In the interest of time, all these reports were shared with you a bit earlier. It's the responsibilities of ULGA management and those charged with governance for the preparation and fair presentation of these financial statements according to the financial reporting standards. And it's our responsibilities as auditors to ensure that we obtain reasonable assurance about whether these financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatements, whether due from fraud and error, and to issue the auditor's report that includes our opinion. In summary, because of this little time we have, I'm not going to be reading each year. I'm here to just summarize these opinions because they have really been the same for a very long period of time, as I'm going to elaborate. I'm going to concentrate on the last one for the period 30th June. This is from 1st July 2018 to 30th June 2019. This report, I think, has been shared. And in summary, I'm not going to go into the details. The performance has been shared. I'm here just for the opinion as of now. We at Jasper Sem & Associates have audited the financial statements of ULGA, which comprise the statement of financial position as at 30th June 2017, 30th June 2018, and 30th June 2019. These are statement of comprehensive income, the statement of financial position, the statement of changes in equity, and the statement of cash flows, which include other significant accounting policies and explanatory notes. All these are within those booklets. We draw your attention, members of the Assembly, and we draw your attention to the matter described under emphasis of matter paragraph. In our audits, we know there are a couple of opinions, qualified, unqualified, emphasis of matter, and disclaimer opinions. In this case, we have an issue that the opinion that we have is an emphasis of matter opinion, which goes as follows. We draw attention to the significant accounting obligations, creditors, detailed under note 11.6 of this report on page 21, to the financial statements, which describes the materiality of the outstanding obligations owed by ULGA. I'm saying this has been an issue in the different reports. So this is the most important paragraph. That's why I'm reading the last report. This issue is presented as an emphasis of matter because it presents a significant strain on ULGA's financial resources to be able to meet its obligations as and when they fall due. Whereas, the position does not impair the going concern of ULGA as of date of this report. This report is in October 2020. Because ULGA is a quasi-public body with goodwill, and it obtained concessions and restructured repayment plans from public entities, URA, NSSF, among others, to pay these obligations over a period of time. Nonetheless, the strain this position puts on ULGA's financial statements is emphasized in these reports for the reader's understanding of ULGA's financial position with significant long outstanding obligations. This was the case in the previous years, 30th June 2017 and 2018. However, subsequently, as an attempt to resolve these financial situations, ULGA management approached His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda for assistance. The President wrote a letter dated 5th February 2019 directing the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to plan and pay 1.3 billion in respect to the outstanding obligation for the construction of ULGA House. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development is yet to effect the payment. And at the time we were doing this audit, ULGA management was still following up. In our opinion, ULGA's accompanying financial statements for those years give a true and fair view of the financial position as at 30th June 2018, 17 and 19, and its financial performance, and in accordance with the generally accepted accounting principles. So our opinion is not qualified in respect of this matter. It is just that we are giving an emphasis because of those obligations that have been discussed here. We thank you, the ULGA Assembly, for the trust and opportunity that you've given Jasper Sem & Associates to serve ULGA local government in those 3 or 4 years period that have passed. I come back to you, Mr. President. Thank you so much.
Can somebody move a motion to receive the audit report? Mubende?
Thank you, Mr. President. Chibuka Francis Bazigatira wa Moti, nickname Disema Gudo in Mubende. I want first of all to thank the auditor. Why not also the president for organizing for us this wonderful meeting, which is scientific. I want to propose to fellow members that we receive the auditor's report. I have seen it is scientifically compiled, and it informs us what happened technically. I want to propose that we receive it, and where possible we just approve and continue with other activities. Thank you.
Seconder.
Thank you. Bale Abdu, Speaker, Kalungu District. I'm here to second the motion, the proposal.
Thank you. I think we can now discuss the two reports, the executive report and the audit report. If there is any issue that you feel you didn't need clarity, that is it. Ginger? Titus?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think we have agreed unanimously that the audit report be passed, and that has been seconded. But I have an issue on the executive report. Mr. President, I rise on issue on page 13. Page 13, bullet number 2. By all indications, the SG, our SG, has ably proved to us that we are struggling, just in quotes, struggling somehow financially. And as an economist and as a planner, virtual, because that's the word, Mr. President, these days that we use, I would really imagine that what ULGA would be concentrating right now is to ensure that any increase in the expenditure, anything that will really again stress the organization further, is really put off. And I can see the cries are there. I have stopped going to the best hotel in Jinja, which is Mother Hotel, because they know I'm an LC5 chairman. Whenever I get there, Mr. President, they ask for the bill, which was long ago, which was made long ago. I have stopped going there. And I look forward to ULGA paying this bill so that I can regain my... But now, I am seeing ULGA wanting to add on again another expense, the elders. And I'm very sure these elders, you're going to get them from us, not from outside. I have been earning my uncomfortable or comfortable 1.7 million. Now you want to bring me as an elder and a council, as the council of elders. It would mean these people, you have to really pay them more money. Now, why are we straining the organization further? Maybe right now we should focus, much as this could be a very good point of wanting to accommodate some of us who might be going away and we may need to be accommodated somewhere. But I think it wouldn't be good for now. Let all the efforts of ULGA be geared towards finding a way of how we can raise enough funds. We take off, then after that we can begin thinking of a committee of... Because you're not going to invite these people, Mr. President, and you don't facilitate them. You're not going to put me on that committee and you expect to be paying me something less than what I've been earning as the fuel, as allowances, and so on. So I would really think, Mr. President, that we can adopt the rest of the report, but this one, this particular one, we really need to leave it out, and we give it more time until my good SG really takes off and he has enough funds to accommodate the extras. And thank you, Mr. President.
The size of the EXCOM, what's your proposal on that? The size of the EXCOM, currently we are about 21.
Actually, Mr. President, with all due respect, since we are looking at downsizing, even the size of the EXCOM is too big. We need to find a way of how we can accommodate. We can live within our budget. Otherwise, Mr. President, like you are aware, I'll give you an example of Ginger district where I am. The new district, because I created the city, my daughter, I want to thank her, the Honorable Minister of State, made sure that the uncle gets the city. But it is going to leave the district with, we've been earning a local revenue of about 1.4 billion. As I speak now, the new district which was left out is going to have a local revenue of about 6 million shillings per year, because all the local revenue was taken aside. Now we are looking at, you know, we are and the ULGA, my SD would want to receive money for subscription. So I would really think that anything that cuts down the costs at ULGA should be key priority in helping us. I thank you, Mr. President.
In regard to the hotel of Ginger, we have already committed, we have signed the summer agreement. We have already paid some 4 million and we shall be paying the remaining balance. So take that good news.
Mr. President, I've given myself a microphone. I don't know whether I can go ahead.
Is that Palisa?
That's Palisa.
You can go ahead, I've already given you.
Okay, okay. First and foremost, I'd like to appreciate the organizers, because we had despaired and did not have anything in sight that this assembly would take place. Secondly, I would like to thank the host for making sure that amidst all these challenges, you found some resources to bring us. I would also like to thank ULGA for choosing the privileged of us to physically participate in this exercise. Many would have wished, but they were excluded only to participate via Zoom. But I also want to report that the technology of Zoom, if you have to count how many chairpersons can participate, I am sure there will be very few. Those of us who have had the privilege, I would also like to thank the 21 or 20 who have survived the wind of change, and including my sister, Honorable Minister. Many of your folk, but by grace of God, you are back. And I would like to touch the assembly that the people who understand now government, one of them is Honorable Namyangu, because she was sent with all these changes that took place. When it was practically impossible that you could create 9 cities from one city, but that was made possible. Allow me also to thank the team at the ministry, and most particularly Commissioner Mujema, who have had the privilege to associate with and who has helped us to sort out a few problems. Mindful of time, let me now go to the issues that I rose up for. I would like to appreciate that Rose But I want to put a proposal. I remember that sometime in the last 2 years, there was a threat that rose up in the East African community. And given the way that we operate ULGA and the way Rose, with due respect, not that you personalize the association, but because you are the one who is there, there is a risk that if we do not propose some amendments that bring the Secretary General one day, because by nature we are on the lookout for green. If it is that, Rose, you have landed the job, and I am sure it would be the least of your choices to remain. So this house should propose having somebody that we will know that can be understanding what happens. And also term limit. Term limit is important. I would like to also now go to some of the issues that have been raised here. And I want to touch very briefly the issues that have affected our tenure, some of us who have been first-timers, one term. We, if you realize, are now on the second lot of the chairpersons who have transformed the local government from the traditional local government where highly educated people were not attracted. It's very unfortunate that if you take, if you looked through the new people who have replaced this outgoing team of over 120-something chairpersons, you will find that there was no value for the replacement. So this should be something that Ministry of Local Government should pay a keen attention, because this is where local government derives its strength. If Okrut, very, very highly educated, is attracted and he's not protected, because to stay, even the ministry has to do something to protect the chairperson. If the ministry sends a cow who is not going to listen to a chairperson, then most likely that chairperson will not deliver. And he will be out. And out replaced by somebody who is not miracles. Lastly, I would like to request the Ministry of Local Government that for some reason, some of us found ourselves at the local government and have exited unexpectedly. It should be in the interest of Ministry of Local Government to have, first and foremost, a database of who is who, so that if there are any proposals to fill the rooms in my father's house, as they popularly say, it should be easy to pick from a pool of those experienced but highly knowledgeable people to fill in those spaces in my father's house. Let us not relegate this to guesswork, that because so and so is rhetoric and therefore is going to be useful. Prioritization of fixing should be important.
Okay.
Lastly, we have a challenge. Whereas Parliament is at liberty to continue legislating and passing laws, us in local governments have a very big task. Most local governments at this point are recruiting, and it's also at this time when there district service commissions are expiring. And once they expire, we also threaten that if you don't recruit, the wage will go back. And the expectation that the wananchi have of their children getting jobs is also quashed. And sometimes it is turned against you who is out going to say, the other man refused. And we don't want to leave problems behind. So allow local governments and chairpersons and councils to perform until they hand over. Those of us who are willing to take this journey to the end, allow us to participate because it is in the interest of our people. It should be something that the ministry should make a comment on, because most local governments are in this quagmire. I beg to move.
So Richard, and then, okay.
I wanted to clear this report out of the.
Very good.
Having gone through all what has been noted here, and having had all the challenges, which we have all been.
Permission.
But allow me to move the motion before you object. Because what I objecting if I have not moved the motion? So you want to make a contribution? Because we are looking at the audit report. Whoever has been coming up has been just delivering a speech.
Richard, why is the issue? Of the executive report?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm reacting to executive report, page 13, recommendation number 5. And Mr. President, I don't know if at this point we are allowed to make some amendments to these proposals. For example, while we only address ourselves to the Public Finance Management Act, Mr. President, you and I are aware of the other challenges affecting and facing the local governments. One of them related to the procurement, the hybrid procurement. So as we ask the Ministry of Local Government to work closely with the association to move cabinet to reconsider some of these positions, and where it fails, maybe we seek legal redress. I wanted to amend and add there a few other things. And one of them, Mr. President, Honorable Minister, is the issue of the hybrid procurement. You and I are aware that in every local government there is a public disposal unit which is within the law, and within the devolution component, each local government is supposed to have that mandate within its jurisdiction. But the Minister of Health and somewhere Minister of Education undertook to take this mandate from the local government to the center. For the districts that are benefiting from the ULGA programs, the upgrading of Health Center 2s, Health Center 3s, the construction of seed secondary schools are just in a mess. And this mess is brought about by the fact that these ministries took it upon themselves that they are going to central advertise for the local governments, maybe, which wouldn't be a bad idea, but also to procure contractors to go and work in these districts, as if this is not bad enough to load these contractors. That one contract is going to be in 5 districts, one contract is going to be in 3 districts. And the districts now have got 2 challenges. One is that we are stuck with the monies on account. For the seed secondary schools, we are stuck with the money. For the upgrade of health centers, we are stuck with the money. The financial year is ending. We have not seen contractors on site. And even those who appear, like in the previous financial year, you cannot preside over them so well because you don't give them jobs. You are not almost their employers. And at the end of the day, Mr. President, what are we going to hear? Local governments lack a capacity to absorb the money. Resources are sent on account, but the contractors are selected from somewhere else. And like General Angina said earlier in the day, this has been the story. Oh, when you send to local governments, they are going to misuse the money. But finally, we are the people paying. So you just see this drama, you see this contradiction, but services are not given to the people. Mr. President, you and I are aware that local governments are established as centers of service delivery, and that is our core mandate. So when the central government chooses to stand in the way to giving services to the people, then we become irrelevant, then we become liars, and this is evidenced by the high turnover. Most of our colleagues could not make it. And these are some of the issues. You said the secondary school is going to be constructed here. Where is it? You said the health center is coming. Where is it? We have the money, but we cannot spend. And therefore, Honorable Minister, these are issues that affect us as local governments, that affect our performance, that must be addressed with the urgency it deserves. Sort of that, even those who are replacing our colleagues will come, but 5 years later they will also lose. Because the environment is not enabling us to perform to our expected mandate the way we should. And therefore, on this number 5, Mr. President, I'm proposing an amendment which should address the hybrid procurement, the lotting, which we resisted from day one at, I think, Hotel Africana, but it was imposed on us as local government leaders. Honorable Minister, making our chief administrative officers mere vote controllers does not match to the principle of devolution in this country. If a chief administrative officer is going to collect local revenue and first send it to Bank of Uganda and goes there to bench and request for release of this same back to the local government, what is it that we are doing? We think attention should be given to these issues that affect us. Mr. President, I found here we are moving motions paying glowing tributes to our fallen colleagues. But what is our contribution? What is government contribution to the families of our fallen colleagues? We are saying 121 of our colleagues could not make it back to their offices. How are they living? Members of Parliament have that contributory pension scheme. But I think the bigger part comes from government, from the consolidated fund. Is it a crime for the 135 local government leaders to have such a scheme, so that when someone is leaving office, we know that he will continue living a decent life? If you have noted, Mr. President and Honorable Minister, most of our colleagues, after losing elections, they had to survive for 2 years, they die. Because they have been used to this kind of life, now they go back empty-handed. The 1.74 million which they get on a monthly basis spent on funerals and weddings and fundraisings, they go back more poor than they came. But we have served the same system. We have served the same government. If members of Parliament can be considered even after they have left office. What about local government leaders, at least to a level of a district chairperson, the district speaker? So, Mr. President, we think there is a lot that we have to do to amend this so that we stop this thing of always coming here to lament, but let us see something practical being done for the welfare of the district leaders. Finally, I want to appreciate General Angena. He gave us hope about the MOU and something in the offing about to come. We are very, very grateful. But finally, sir, we request that it shouldn't be like the biblical parousia. Behold, I'm coming soon. But how soon? Can this soon be given timelines? So that we know that maybe in the next financial year, the MOU will start to be implemented. So that really we leave this place with some hope. But Mr. President, we want to appreciate you and the SG that despite the challenges of COVID and these others, EXCOM has been able to deliver to a certain level. These engagements have continued to go on, and we want to believe that we shall continue and take this ULGA to another level. I submit, Mr. President.
Richard, why don't you second that the proposal made by Titus, the proposal he made that instead of us again expending or creating other expenses by creating the elders.
Oh yes, that one I second. Even the creation of another post, because we have already realized the gap in funding, the arrears and the rest. And therefore we cannot afford to create more expenses to ULGA. So I second that we first limit ourselves where we are and we continue until we recover.
I think you second the entire executive report, except the one of Titus that we need again to go and...
But there are more submissions coming, Mr. President. I have seen a hand somewhere. Thank you, sir.
Yes, my name is Michael, Chairperson Amur Local Government. And I want to peruse the EXCOM recommendations. I start by seconding the recommendation moved by Chairperson of Ginger on recommendation number 2, that we need to scrap it off because it will bring for us more expenses in ULGA. Secondly, I wanted, when you look at your recommendation, and you recommended that we really move towards amending Public Finance Management Act. As I look at it, sometimes the Parliament designed it to make local government vulnerable, so that every time we submit to them, so long as we keep on begging, they may even cause our more vulnerability. I wanted proactive support of moving towards causing it amended. And also, when Parliament is amending the local government related act, they do it in limbo of local government. They just move it, and it takes only little time to allow them amend. Because no member of Parliament will ever empower local government so that LC5 rises up against them. All this is by design to make local government very vulnerable. And until the state, the executive power of the nation, sees that we are the yoke of implementing services in local government, the local community will still remain in poverty. And that is a sign of entirely 90% of district chairperson failing to go through in this concluded election, save I survived out of a lot of hardship that I went through. I rigged. When what is omitted, when you look at our operation, we created, I'm sorry to mention that, we created many administrative units. In the recommendation, I've not seen, because in this operation, council is supposed to operate within 20% threshold. And with many district councillors coming within all districts, the council will fail to move, hence all districts will be met with a lot of conflict, because we shall never meet the 60 mandatory council required in the district. Why don't we really amend your recommendation to allow the local government act to be amended to increase on the threshold of the local revenue utilization in the council, so that entirely we examine. Look at how constitution can be amended within 2 weeks. And local government, when you beg for it, they cannot be amended. Then you'll see it is a design from somewhere. In the operationalization of the new administrative unit, I wanted this meeting AGM to resolve failure for the government to really allocate fund IPF. The ULGA as a body is supposed to go to court, because for a new administrative unit to be approved in Parliament, there must be a certificate of financial obligation from the Minister of Finance to operationalize the unit. The state and the executive cannot say local government supposed to use the local revenue, which is not there, to operationalize it, and yet it is obligatory from the Minister of Finance before approval of the unit. For me, if it is not done within April, some of the district chairperson, I'm ready to aid the district chairperson to go to court and sue Attorney General, because they had already gazetted it. Electoral Commission elected LC3 chairperson, district councillors, plus the sub-county councillors. How can the government fail to operationalize it? It is a matter of legal redress that we need to garner ourselves, because if we take it as a psychotherapeutic move of sweet-talking the district chairperson, you look around, we shall operationalize, and yet it is obligation set and it is mandatory to do it. We better go to redress it in court of law. We sue Attorney General for failure to operationalize the administrative units that Ministry of Finance might have already moved a certificate of financial obligation to Parliament before approval. How can they fail to operationalize it? I think this is what I intend to submit to the AGM meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I humble myself.
Thank you, Michael. So indeed, I think Honorable Minister, just as a point of emphasis, what I know is the chairpersons have really been committed to serve you.